Hello and welcome, Rocket League fans. We are here. We are live. Little Week 6 NECC action coming at you. I'm FBI Tugboat. I'm here with my man Novanta. I tried.
That was on point. I
There
loved
you
it.
go.
It
Hey,
was
I
great.
like
It
it.
was
I
like
like it. There you
Novanta.
go.
Hey, come on
There you
by.
go. And as you can see, between the two of us, we have our head hair distributed very differently, right? I got a lot down here, a little bit up here. You got a lot. I love the beard, man. I love the beard.
Hey, man, you know what? If I can't grow it on top, gotta grow it on bottom.
Hey, there you go. Get it how you live. We got a whole bunch of undefeated squads playing on this first match and second match, right? Let's talk about this first one here first, right? Mount Union taking on McGill University. McGill coming out of Canada, of course. So that does make this an international Rocket League matchup here, Navanta.
Yeah, it's international incident, but you hit the nail on the head. Both these teams have not lost a series all season, so something's got to give.
Oh yes, oh yes. Now Mount Union, we're getting, I guess, confirm on their Week 3 matchup, but I'll run through, the University of Mount Union. If you'd like to go through McGill University and kind of how we got here, right?
Sure.
University of Mount Union coming in here, 3-2 win Week 1 against the Queens Golden Gales. And this is going to be this lineup here. That's Twist, that's Candy Guy, that's Finding Cade. Week 2 was a 3-1 victory over Northwood Black. Week 3, we're still not getting scores from quite yet. Week 4, 3-0 over OTSU Esports. Week 5 last week against Siena College. That was the Saints. That has been rescheduled.
That's an unfortunate thing, having things rescheduled, but that gives you a little time to think about your opponents a little bit more. That said, the record is officially 3-0. But they're not to be outdone. McGill University has a lineup ready to go as well, but they also are 5-0, not dropping a series without having any of their games rescheduled. Right now, you still lineup right there. Lucky Man, 268, Bry, and 50 Adderall have a little bit around the horn of the different years in there, senior, juniors, and sophomore represented. The team went through Fanshawe, OTSU, U Ottawa, Siena College, and Queens Golden Gales en route for their 6th win, but they have themselves a challenge in University of Mount Union.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Both teams coming in and having pretty similar standings in Week 1 and Week 2. A narrow victory in week number 1, 3-2, then kind of finding a little bit more of their footing in that, a 3-1 victory for the University of Mount Union. That was against Northwood Black. For McGill, that was against OTSU. And both of these teams, of course, coming on in from the Challengers Red squad. As far as format, this is the great esport of Rocket League. Not a whole lot of change there, right? 5-minute quarters, best of 5, and this is your regular season. Nobody getting eliminated here today, but I can guarantee you one team will be finding their first loss after this, because you can't tie in the great game for Rocket League, Navanta.
That's right. You know, when it has a situation about momentum, you want to make sure you have the longest winning streak possible. So we guarantee that both teams are coming out swinging.
Absolutely. Up, man, trying to get this one started. 6 seconds into this one, that'd have been a very, very quick first goal. And now down bottom is the orange squad, Mount Union. Wait, hang on. Did I get that right? I always get the colors mixed up, like on the left and right side.
It looks like the orange side, the yellow side, McGill versus the blue side, Mount Union.
Got it. Iggy, back on over to this one, Mount Union. Still trying to get something going now. Right side pop play. Twisterella over. Now inside. Orange doing a good job of kind of keeping this one out. And again, McGill right side. Orange now a shot over. Barely getting to it. That's Iggy.
Well, the thing I liked about the aggression here on the McGill side, you look at Bry having to basically get an opportunity on a silver platter to do a shot on frame, and I got a feeling Bry felt that shot was going to be blocked away, but it does have a little bit of dominance. It says, look, we're ready to shoot things when we have the opportunity, so don't drop your focus, because they're going to make you pay for more of a punishment strat here today from McGill.
Exactly. It's going to be that stress test play in game number 1. Classic action here. Both teams kind of feeling each other out so far, but no scores on boards quite yet. Again, 2 undefeated squads coming on into this one. Cade across the middle, trying to line up with his teammate Addy with a really weak middling pass, and then gets hit by teammate not once but twice, and that almost leads to a first strike there for this blue squad, for Mount Union.
Well, kind of a comedy of errors there. It was kind of a bumping your teammate, but then everyone coming back on defense in a one unified formation. I'm not sure tripling on defense is the best course of action, but it worked out for them, and that's why we're still tied at 0 apiece.
Yeah, one of those things that, if it worked this time, oh well, definitely don't try and recreate those situations, an up and down situation, and Finding Cade plays it. I think there's a technical own goal. We're not really going to count that, given that you really had to play these regardless. You had to go for that defensive stop. Regardless, Finding Cade just can't quite get to it.
Right off the bat, that shot was defying in-game physics. I thought the crossbar had that one. It did, but this time the crossbar was a little bit more helpful. We have our first goal of the game.
Absolutely. Twisterella getting the first touch on this one. Iggy over to it, and Addy, I think, purchasing the second. Yes, that's 2 from McGill in the past 15, 20 seconds here, Devonta.
Yeah, how we say this, when you have these two teams are equally strong, there's a bit of a spat of no one scoring. When the worst person breaks a deadlock, it comes to come in bunches. And McGill gets a second one in rapid succession, tit for tat, pat, pat.
Yeah, well, we don't know this in Las Vegas, but when it rains, it pours, right? That's going to be true for McGill so far. 2 minutes into this one and 2 scores again. About 20, 25 seconds, something like that. Looking to get it going again. McGill, no reason to let the foot off the brake right now, or let the foot off the pedal right now.
Yeah, why not, man? When you have an opportunity to really put the stun into your opponent, knowing full well that they can taste defeat if they don't switch up their program, why not do that? Get those goals in bunches, really put down that shoulder. That's what I was saying at the top of the game. There really was an opportunity here to have an easy goal to be knocked away, but this really establishes dominance of your positioning and possession, and that's why McGill is reaping the benefits now.
Yeah, it kind of seems like Mount Union has gotten a little bit less offensively as well. Maybe that's an issue of burning boost to get to these balls or what, but Mount Union really just not has spent a whole lot of time in this offensive third as much as their defensive. Finding Cade trying something here, meeting on the other side. It's lucky. Not going to get anything going, and now a full shift onto offense leads to a third score here from McGill. This one's going to be Bry's first. Also got an assist on this. 102 kilometers an hour, too. Pretty fast.
Well, yeah, you got beat on the shot, but the rebound there should not have happened. It was kind of a missed time from 2 cards on the blue side, and now you're looking at 3-goal deficit if you're Mount Union. You got 2 minutes to make a dent in that, but it has to happen now. It has to happen soon.
Iggy coming on over to this one again. Finding Cade not willing to give this one up yet. I mean, yeah, 2 minutes, 3 scores, definitely possible, but the past halftime, the pressure is always going to be on these kind of situations, Devonta.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of those things if you're getting outclassed and getting dunked on with ceiling shots and flip resets, but when it's become defensive lapse or just not connecting with your teammate, you start to question your own ability. This is why they say all goals are worth the same amount of points, but not created equal. And even though McGill has a 3-goal advantage, their timing and their possession can get them a couple more.
It's a very interesting point. Very interesting point. I've heard it put other ways, but that is probably the most succinct. Oh, there we go. And as we talk about it, it shall appear. Mount Union here, about 90 seconds left into this Game 1 matchup. And that's going to be their first score on the board. Now, 2 and 90, that's much, much more dealable with than 3 and 120.
Oh, absolutely. You pull one back for your team that puts you in the Game 1, and it really solves the enigma you were having of going 3 minutes in change without scoring a goal at all. So thankfully, Mount Union found a way to get their scoring boots on. Let's hope that keeps consistent for them.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how that one goes. Again, Game 1, only that in a best-of-5 series. Anybody can give those up. Both of these teams have taken W's, I want to say about actually more often than not at 3-somethings and not 3-0s. Than they have with full sweeps, so nothing new happening here for both of these squads. Bry getting it past one right here, finding Cade trying to pick it up, shot over, Twist is the last one there, and does get it blocked away, a solid little rebound out, but still the pressure is on, up to it, Addy bites in, but that's going to be Lucky Man, 268 down bottom, perfect pass into point right here, 98 kilometers an hour as well.
So this is a shift of the formation here for Mount Union. They stay back a little bit, waiting to be that wall on defense. But the problem with walls is that they're pretty much lumbering. You fake one direction, everyone goes sailing that direction, you leave yourself wide open for a rebound, and that's what happened there. The 3-goal advantage is restored, 4-1 McGill.
It might have been a difference in, do I play ball, do I play person? Not 100% sure. The split attention on that yields to the 4th here, and still pressure from McGill, bringing on in from the Great White North from Canada, too. International Rocket League. 26 seconds. Pop played down. Not going to happen there. Shanked back out to the left side for Mount Union's defensive third.
Well, I don't know what the Canadian strat is, but if it means winning games by multiple goals, go for it, man. Oh, Canada. But yes, as the clock ticks down here in Game 1, it looks pretty much this game's in hand for McGill. It comes down to Mount Union, what they have in plan in store to regain in Game 2.
6 seconds into this one. This game is done and dusted. No way to score this many times. McGill on a 5-game match streak right now, or a 5-win match streak, here in coming into week number 6 and putting up a solid foot forward here. Game number 1, 4-1 scoreline. Let's talk about the numbers a little bit, though.
Well, the numbers are pretty solid. I got to give a shout out to the strat, though, for McGill. You have a team on paper that looks as even as you are. What do? In that short first minute, you put yourself in position, you shoot aggressively, knowing full well they'll probably not be blocked, but just saying, we are there where you're not. Basically, like being the Flash, going around your opponent saying, look over here. And then when the guard was down in the second, that third, and fourth minute, the floodgates were opened.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We saw multiple times, not just the passes into points pressure really there, a lot of P's, a lot of alliteration there, but seriously, when it came to just kind of like the sleight of hand, right? The pay attention here, oh, that's just gonna be a pass to another player who was open all day long while your other two players were rotating. That led to at least two of these scores for McGill. So even if those hadn't happened as well, there's still like a hole in this armor here for Mount Union, given they would have lost that 2-1 again if we were theory crafting and taking away those two other scores. As it is, still anybody's series right here. The big answer is how this squad that lost game number 1 is going to come back and kind of adapt to what they learned from game 1. It's more information than what's important score-wise from game 1 when you're talking about the rest of the series.
Absolutely. And if you're McGill with the game in hand, do you repeat that strat that worked so well, that position, that aggressiveness, or do you try holding everything to put your defense on the back heel again? This is where strategies come into play here. Game 2 with best of 5, and it starts right now.
It does. Nobody really wins this one off the top. McGill kind of bounces back on over. Oh, International Rock. You know what? I was going to say International Rocket League. I can't remember the name of this map, though.
Forbidden Temple Day.
There you go. Yep, there you go. My man. Oh, a shot over down bottom. Lucky almost putting up the first one here. Now that's going to be Addy for McGill. Once again, McGill just comes through with the kind of cleanup plays, right? Lucky has a fantastic shot. After a really, really weak takeout attempt from finding Cade, that's just taken right over the top and put down bottom.
Yeah, it was kind of a bold move to go over the top of that ball. If you missed or whiffed that one, you put yourself way out of position, but doesn't matter if you score there, right? McGill opened the scoring really early this time, 1-0.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Looking really confident bringing this one out of the defensive third. As I say that, finding Cade just got taken away for a shot earlier, almost does the exact same thing, and 12 seconds later against Mount Union, or against McGill, excuse me.
Yeah, we're seeing a little of that ping pong action there. I'm not so sure about that strat, Tugboat.
Yeah, especially this early on right here. I feel like engaging in that sort of game is only asking to have a team go up a little bit farther. That's a much less like predictable situation, and not something that a team down 0-1 with a minute of this game wants to engage in.
Absolutely.
Just past that minute mark now. Twist gets it taken away from, I think, all three members of McGill. Now up, not a fully rotated Mount Union team. Down bottom, Addy's still there. Pop play up. That's going to be pretty slow as it was getting to it. And Lucky now putting it over. Bry from up top, or from the middle, hits it across top bar and angles it down. 2-0 now inside of McGill.
Talk about confidence there. Usually if a team is not feeling confident, that third person, in case Bry, would drop back and wait for the counterattack. But you're scoring way more than your opponent. You're a bit more brazen with your shot attempts. That right there is all swag, and it works out for them. 2-0.
This does. Ooh, Lucky man, beating feet to get to this one, and does. Now bringing this one out. Twist on the other side. I think might have been coming off of a demo respawn. Not 100% sure, but still was there regardless. 3 minutes 18. This ball has not spent very much time in the middle. Past like 30 seconds or so. Now bouncing across there. Iggy trying to pick this one up. Twist on the other side. Iggy now a shot down. And this one is finding Cade. Like he watches it roll across his front left right here, but not really able to get anything going on the other side. What a pinch play. My God. McGill now at the third, 117 kilometers an hour. I will believe it. That will be our fastest goal on broadcast today, people.
Well, don't call me toxic, but I definitely would have spammed calculated after a shot like that. I had no idea I was going anywhere but bottom 90, goal 3, goal straight for McGill.
Yeah, exactly. You got to take credit for those when they happen, right?
Yeah.
Like just like we drew it up. Exactly 2 minutes into game 2, I'll coordinate with this guy, get a crazy pinch. I mean, if that's close up, you're looking at like 150 kilometers an hour or something like that. The fact that this travels 2/3 of this pitch and still ends at 117 is just insane. Twister looking pretty swell right now. Mount Union, just like that, gives up the best offensive look they've had in, we'll call it 90 seconds.
I'll take that. Hey, you know what? Improvement is all about incremental changes, right? You look
That's
at
true.
Mount Union halftime here in game two. Their scoring woes continue. I mean, when they score, they have done it before, but it's come so few and far between. It's really been their Achilles heel because even when they beat the defense, you can't find a way to put it past the net.
I think that's also kind of indicative of the difference here. We see two and then a third Mount Union player not that far away from goal, and still Bry for McGill almost takes this all the way, beating out one, almost getting past two. Third would have had a look and a smell in it. No chance of a touch, though.
Yeah, that's just kind of a thing where bad luck begets more bad luck. If you're Mount Union now, forget trying to do something
See, this is
fancy.
what I'm
Just protect
That's
your
what
house.
I'm talking about right there. That's what I'm talking about. Mountain Union, I think this might be a little bit like, okay, so Kate is off to the left side trying to pick up boost. Twist is on the right side. Now, where is this last player? Where is Iggy coming across the middle right here? I think maybe trying to cheat up to get in a position for offensive, but just like that, I mean, I guess at this point, really the idea is just to pour it all into offense, because if you lose by 4, you lose by 10, you lose by 1, like you were saying, the result is going to be all the same, especially in a game 2 that puts you on series point.
It's one of those things where like no one did anything incorrect individually, but combined it was like a cascading perfect storm, which really says more of a breakdown in comms. And I wonder if there are live comms here from Mount Union, because a lot of times these intent of these plays make sense. Is that no one where it needs to be the insurance policy, to be that second shot, to be that rebound.
Yeah, cannot agree more. Cannot agree more. Mount Union looking to get fully on the offense. Soon enough, McGill will not really be playing against Mount Union. They will simply be playing against the sand in the hourglass here, Navanta, the chronological resource left, the time, right? 60 seconds left here. These are brutal situations for Mount Union if they're looking to not go on to match point going in to game number 3.
I thought you were talking about the soap opera days of our lives, but yes, time makes a lot more sense there. But you're right. Within the last minute, 4 goals scored and a 4-goal disadvantage, and
so
you wonder,
goes, or like yes, like sand through an hourglass. So goes the days of our lives. Man, that is yep, definitely showing the age there, right?
right?
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I'm not fooling anybody. Mount Union McGill game 2, 4-0. Not over with yet, people. Not over with yet, but decently close to it. It would require a tall task here for the side of Mount Union, who has seen, we'll call it 7.5 minutes with no scores on board after they scored about halfway through that game number 1. Mount Union did.
Yeah, look, I understand wins and losses happen in the run of play there, but you gotta think to yourself, you gotta score at least 1 per game, no matter how you do it. And you're looking at being shut out. And there's a lot about your scoring production, what you have to change up top, and that's a more critical change you have to make to get yourself back into the series.
Yeah, goose egg situation now put up for Mount Union as McGill takes 1-2 go, put in a doggy bag, put in the fridge, eat it later. That's the 5th goal here. Doesn't really matter. Could have been 1-0, could have been 10-0. A goose egg situation, game number 2. Talk to me about how the mental is affected here, Navanta.
Well, the mental there is you're almost looking at a sweep, and no one likes to be swept. Doesn't care if you're a Rocket League player or Dust Bunnies. You got to come up with something strong in game 3. And I'm saying it's about your rotations. You have sewer opportunities to score, and I feel like no one's really in sync there for Mount Union. It's kind of the last opportunity to put something together.
Yeah, no, I 100% feel you on this one. If we're looking at sweep situations, both teams have only been on the winning side of that, and only reported scores that we have for Mount Union is at 3-0 against O2SU, and that was in week number 4. This is a McGill University. They come through, they win another game. This will be not 1, not 2, but 3 sweeps, 3-3-0 sweeps in a row. First one against Siena College, that was the Saints, and then the Golden Gills last week, and then this week would be University of Mount Union. This McGill University squad from the Great White North from Canada, definitely firing all cylinders right now, Navanta.
Well, one of the keys to victory for McGill is that they find ways to give you different games in within. That first game was definitely positioning. This one was really more acrobatics. I expect this game to be a lot more aggressive on the side of McGill. If they could beat a team 3 different ways, that is a caliber championship teams are made from.
Yes, high caliber indeed. How they get this kind of physicality going as well. We really have not seen a whole lot of demos. Yes, we've seen plenty of bumps, but unfortunately, we've seen, at least first person perspective wise, his teammates actually bumping into each other. So that's something else really needs to be cleaned up on both sides. Mount Union and McGill. McGill up 2-0 in the series. This game 3, meaning that Mount Union will be on series point.
Well, you know, Rocket League is the fastest 5 minutes in esports. You blink and you'll miss that action. And that could have been the first shot through that net there if it wasn't just a double stop at the line.
Yeah, so McGill has scored first. Quickly, McGill has scored first after like a minute or so. That would have been about as fast as it could have happened now. Back down to the bottom. Ouch. Ouch. McGill early on, 26 seconds into this one, gets one put up. We're not going to call it disrespectfully. That was earned all day long. But just the fact that this is so close to getting that bad angle to that right side, and the side post actually helps on this one.
Yeah, sometimes a caster would say you shouldn't chase the ball for that, you should rotate out. But if you see an opportunity there, no matter how difficult it may be, now is not the time to be shy. So I appreciate going a little bit grimy with that one. I got them a goal. Or two.
And just like that, a demo leads into the second. We talked about physicality, and lead 1, no real lead in the great game of Rocket League. This is going to be the second now for the side of Mount Union. Down low, not so slow. But the fact that they do this twice in 12 seconds, I think that's really more effectual than having a 2-score lead, right?
MC Tugboat got bars. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Look, you have an opportunity
NECC
here.
isn't paying for that one, okay?
Like we said, goals come in bunches, man. Why not try to turn the tide of what was your problem, your shooting woes, your lack of scoring to make 2 quick goals happen?
Ooh. Talked about acrobatics. It's Addy right there. Looking cracked indeed. Love to see it. That was the first flip reset. Looking, decently slower. Obviously, the fast ones are harder, but simple fact, they were doing this up front, not really getting challenged for it. You talked about it earlier. I think the offense of both of these teams, it really changed all 3 games. Yes, that was Mount Union really coming out on top in Game 2 more so than Game 1, but this is a different situation. Whatever the comms were for Mount Union in between Game 2 and 3, probably the most important part of this series so far.
Well, absolutely. They got 2 goals pretty quickly, but those were pretty much crimes of opportunity. You have 2 challenges here. It's maintaining a lead and finding a way to manufacture a goal coast to coast, because you really can't rely on just picking up garbage on the side of the road to make sure you have a chance of winning. You got to find a way to make your own score opportunities happen. Oh, and almost on cue, we get the fireworks out there, at least cut in half there, talking about.
My goodness. The heat-seeking missile, lucky man right here, right? Jesus. That was just disrespectful, right? Gets the hit on, didn't even have to hit ball again, and then just goes for player, boosting through the air. Getting an aerial demo is hard enough as it is, and the fact that he did this one coming into ball before the touch can even happen is just absolutely fantastic. Replay that one later. I'm sure we'll be on.
The gloves are off, it seems, to these 2 teams. Physicality's out here in full force, and when you have aggressive play like this, you got to make sure your defense is short up. It's almost like a boxing match analogy I love to use here at NECC. You can do haymakers if you want, but you got to keep a hand by your temple to protect your face.
Absolutely. McGill kind of learns that one after the first 2 goals. My goodness, that was pretty close to the second one in a tie-up situation here. Having no other way just outside of halftime. Defensive pressure still against Mount Union. McGill trying to bring this one out. No, excuse me. Mount Union flips it all the way around. Gets up to it. Addy hits this one off the ceiling and not really much more after that one. Mount Union now finding a bad rebound here and on their defensive for the second.
Looks like both teams are pretty much putting everything forward both ways. The people are defending with authority and try to score with passion. Doesn't say much for any kind of composure here at Tugboat, but does make for exciting Rocket League play.
That it does. We just watched multiple McGill members just burn everything into offense, and then Bry get bullied on this left side. Back on out to it. A bounce up and down, and I think that was Lucky Man doing everything themselves.
Well, this has gone from a classy gentleman's boxing match to an absolute slugfest. Off the back wall, disrespectful both ways, and we knew it was going to break down. I called it, man, and now you're seeing it on full display.
It's a lot of 2s up top, my friend. 2 Mount Union, 2 minutes, 2 McGill. This is as tied up as it gets. The classic 2-minute drill coming into this, and now a shot across the bow. There's the second one. Lucky Man on a, we won't call it a bad rotate. That was more like a better defensive read than it was for offensive pressure, don't call it.
Yeah, I'll say with that. I accept that.
There you go, and just like that, Lucky Man, second shot, 25 seconds or so?
Yeah, so
second goal, I should say.
In Italian, Novanta means 90, and that shot was bottom 90. You make sure you make the defense stretch all the way to have a chance, but no one had a chance there. McGill has a 1-goal advantage, and we're about 100 seconds to go in Game 3.
Exactly. Pop play up. McGill with a 1-score lead in here, a lead that they have not enjoyed so far in this matchup, people. It's interesting to note. They took lead first in Game 1 and 2. Lucky Man up! And there's a second goal, like you said. Lead 1, no real lead. Now 2 is getting a little bit more comfortable, and McGill is much more comfortable being back to that more standard situation they found themselves in across Game 1 and 2.
You know what? I'm gonna put a little asterisk next to that passing play. It was so cool to watch, right? 4-2, and it looks like they're back in control. McGill does. It comes down to whether or not you want to do the third goal to get that third goal lead advantage, or do you want to park the bus to make sure Mount Union has no opportunities to score. It really comes down to what strat you have employed.
Yeah, I would say maybe spend 20 more seconds on like honest offensive opportunity before just pushing it to the time situation, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Uh,
Parking the bus isn't bad. It's not bad at
no, it
all.
is not. No, it is not. Hey, they do it in Extreme Homemaker for a reason, right?
They do.
60 seconds left. If you ask your casters, this is where McGill, after this offensive push, kind of lets off the gas a little bit and just plays more defensive. But hey, different looks, different strokes, different folks. Bounce back out to this other side. Wow, that we saw this kind of pinch play result in a goal from McGill earlier, but none such luck right here. Every time this ball takes this huge, like, sweeping shot across the middle, you're burning anywhere between like 3 and 8 seconds off of this clock. So again, that is just McGill's goal.
Yeah, I like how McGill is closing down the spaces. Dare I say Canadian aggression? Is that a thing? I have no idea.
Don't think those two words have ever been said in the same sentence before. Oh!
Was there a shot there? And look, man, you pulls it back on some kind of misfortune. Looks like there was just a huge arcing bomb on the other side of the pitch. This one's interesting now. I love it.
Yeah, it is. 17 seconds, 1 goal. At 2 minutes, we were tied up. About 60 seconds, we had these two teams still fighting at 2-0. But now we actually have a game impossible series again. McGill up at 2-0 right now. Mount Union on the match point. Okay, well, we had a game for about 6 seconds there, Navanta.
Yeah, like I said, that Canadian aggression, man. And just look at this double fake, going it down and just serving it up like a platter of food on Thanksgiving Day. Goodness me, Brian, why?
Yeah, we've seen Bry's offensive capabilities thus far. I think that was probably the finest display we've seen, silver platter or otherwise, in this one. And just like that, yeah, Mount Union did not win like a 2-second kickoff goal, so that is going to be your closest score difference between these two teams thus far. It was 3 score difference in game 1, 5 score difference after the USEG situation for Mount Union in game number 2, and then a 5-3 pretty close barn burner game number 3, but still 3-0 sweep, the result nonetheless.
Like I said before, you got the trifecta. You got the positioning in game 1, you got the acrobatics in game 2, and then the aggression in game 3. That's how you win in series. That's how you climb the ranks. And, well, with not nary a loss all season, McGill is rolling.
Absolutely. University of Mount Union, again, week 5 rescheduled. Week 3 score not quite reported yet, but they have their first official loss here for the Challengers Red Division within the NECC. Not a bad, I mean, this is such a classic thing to say for casters, right? Yeah, there's a 5-score difference in game 2. Yeah, there's a 3-score difference in game 1 and stuff like that. But this really was a relatively close game, at least in game 3 here. There were plenty, I mean, the majority of this game, Mount Union was in the lead, and McGill just came through. And I think it was just a 100% offensive or offensive situation for the University of Mount Union. They would frequently pour all that into, and that just simply did not leave a player back to cover. I mean, how many pinch plays do we see McGill get scores on? Something coming from their own third and whatnot, just mailed all the way from downtown that ended up getting these scores in for them.
Yeah, a lot of casters talk about that first period, first minute, first game, something out period. It really does help. It really plants the seeds of what you think, or maybe if you fake what what you plan on doing in this series. This is exactly what McGill did. They were aggressive when it needed to be, kind of snake bit Mount Union, and it was McGill's series ever since. It was really a cool play on how to employ strategy here in Rocket League. And can you believe it, Tugboat? This is only our first series of the day.
Absolutely. Speaking of that series, I'm going to try and get this. Here we go. Dear folks, I got some good news. We got FBI Tugboat Navante here again for game number 2. That's Dalhousie Black and JWU. That is, of course, your Johnson and Wales squad. Both of those undefeated as well. Going on this next matchup, I believe that'll be starting in about 30 minutes here. Alvernia, Holy Cross White, Limestone, Greenville, Montana, UBC Gold, SWOSU, quite a mouthful there, and MSOE, White Squad at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard, then UH Premier EAUCD Blue at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard. So there's a lot more Rocket League to be had here on the NECC, Navanta.
Can't wait. Maybe back after this.
Hello and welcome back. Little collegiate Rocket League action coming at you for match 2 of like 8, something like that. A whole lot of Rocket League coming at you here for the NECC. I'm FBI Tugboat. I'm here with my man Navanta, and we got Dalhousie Black and JWU. That's Johnson and Wales University, the Yellow Squad, doing battle here in the Emergence Yellow Division.
Well, like our first series earlier, a tale of two teams that are undefeated, but this time certified and bona fide. Both teams 5-0 records. Something's got to give for real this time. There, Tugboat.
Absolutely. We just watched your Mount Union team go down in a 3-0 sweep against McGill earlier. Little international Rocket League action then. A team coming in from Canada. Little international Rocket League action here in game number 2 with Dalhousie Black coming in from Canada. I think that was Ottawa. Don't quote me. I know it's a large place and that might not be even geographically close. Not 100% sure. Let's take a look at these two teams here. I'll go through Dalhousie Black first. We got this 5-0 squad coming off of W's. That was Army West Point last week at a 3-1 victory. We got Locke. We got Jaro. We got Perched Peach. Little alliteration action coming at you. Double freshman squad in there with the old player Perched Peach as a sophomore in college, and that just sounds weird for me to say there, Navanta.
They're a strong squad, but they may be going up against a buzzsaw. JWU Yellow has their lineup ready and set to go as well. Coming strong with a 5-0 record. Top 3 here tonight will be Purcell's Wi-Fi and Stupsel, a junior, sophomore, all around the horn when it comes to majors, very diverse backgrounds. This is what I like about Collegiate Rocket League. Everyone comes from wherever they can on campus to come together to smash some carball. 5-0 record going through Springfield, Army, West Point, Holy Cross, Howard, to East Stroudsburg. Looking for the 6th win today.
Absolutely. They'll be doing, again, standard format here. 3 games at the least, 5 games at the most in this best of 5 series. Rocket League can't tie. You get 5 minutes apiece, and at the end, undying glory and a possible win or a possible loss onto your record. Losers will get a clap on the back and a good job. 5-0 records for both of these squads mean that one of these teams, like you said, will be going down and experiencing their first loss here today. But 2 absolute giants out of the Emergence Yellow Division about to do battle, and it starts now.
Like I always said before, the fastest 5 minutes in esports, you can tell both teams want to make sure their lead stays intact, their streak stays intact, and we'll see who's the first one to flinch now.
Absolutely. Orange side, JW Yellow, Dalhousie Black. Blue, Wi-Fi up and over, back down to the middle. Locke easily blocks this one, and now that's Perched Peach taking point. Not quite. Ends it with a little bump action right there, and that almost set up teammate to continue on this offensive pressure.
Yeah, it was interesting there to understand why the JW Yellow kind of turned away and turned back. I understand you want to go too far forward too early to get a goal conceded. So I understand the composure here. I understand the restraint here. I wonder if that's just going to be the cause of the day, or is it just for that first play?
I hear you. We saw an early goal in game number 1. Not exactly what we're going to see here. At least 45 seconds out as I say that. Perched Peach hits one in the middle. Fantastic stuff. 107 kilometers per hour. Decently fast, and the assist from the teammate. Love to see it.
Well, that just answers my question, right? You let a bit of that kind of tease a little bit and then make sure when you shoot, you don't miss. Dalhousie Black with an early lead. We know about early leads there. If the script holds true, like our last series, the team that score first tends to have a bit of advantage as the time wears on.
And just taking it back to the numbers for a second, I guess Dalhousie Black will be coming in at a 15-2 map record, everybody. Looking at JW Yellow, be like 15-4. Yeah, 15-4 or so. So numerically, a slight edge here for Dalhousie Black.
Yeah, the slide edge is great. I wonder if that is in the back of their minds when they're going out there on the pitch, or is it kind of a thing you got to say, you know what, let's focus with the ball in hands. You know, a lot of times it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, or a little bit more of a too heavy of a crown to bear when you know how good you are, you know how dominant you've been, and you don't want to make mistakes.
Luli back to the middle, and Binge Juan, that's how you pronounce that one, puts in the second here for Dalhousie Black, 107 kilometers per hour, and once again assisted. So everything from Dalhousie Black coming in so far, the Canadians really helping out their teammates.
Well, we got the shot that was stopped. That makes sense. But why the defense on the opposite side of the net is something I'm a little concerned about. But it's still early yet. Only a minute and a half have gone by, but 2 goals have been scored. But Dalhousie Black can't really say they have the dominant strain here, but it does look pretty promising for them.
Locke almost able to bring this one out a little bit easier, but just like that, Persil's for JW Yellow. It's a solid hit up there. Wi-Fi tries to get something going, not happening. This is Stoops now across the middle, trying to collapse in on a defender, just like this. JW Yellow finds themselves in the defensive again. Little bounce play down bottom, but exact time and place right there. Now running down the other side of the field, Perch Peach trying to get into position. And that is going to be on the other side. What was that? I think that was Benjuan that tried to get another one, but didn't quite get in this third goal for these two teams.
Yeah, that was kind of unfortunate. It was a great thing to do the maybe inadvertent or intentional team pinch, go wide and go on both sides of the net to see where that ball was going to land. I mean, that was the best way to play the ball given the circumstances. It was a shame they didn't work out for them, but I like the way they were able to think on the fly. These are mechanics that can help them out later on if they ever caught awkward situations.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. And the comfortability there, and the more time they spend in it. But again, game one, in a large way, going to be this kind of litmus test, that first foot in the water, just a little bit too high. That would have been about as open as we would have seen so far, though. Wi-Fi coming on in here. That's going to be Stoops, and Stoops strikes in the first for JW Yellow.
Well, look at this here. A little bit of song and dance in the hood of the car. I didn't think it was going to be one of those floater fakes, but doesn't need a fake. If you have someone to knock it down with authority, bang!
Nice.
And now we have ourselves one pulled back there for JWU.
I love it. I love it. 2 minutes in, score difference of 1. JW Yellow strikes in their first. We saw a single goose egg situation in game 2 last time. Don't think that's going to happen here again. Game and match number 2. Locke up to it. Locke, nice takeaway. Still a player back. That Stoops on the other side. Hit out to the middle and almost does get there first. Benjuan with the double tap, and Dalhousie Black maintains that 2-score difference lead. Well, 119. That's the fastest score on broadcast today.
That is definitely a quick score, and I really thought just getting away from the defenders for that double tap was pretty impressive, but to land that double tap is something even spicier.
Yeah, and that's just, well, you talked about the aerial acrobatics earlier. I think that's really, really showing up for this Dalhousie Black squad. Back to the middle. Perch Peach easily takes it across, then plays the defender. No demo, none necessary, though. A shot to the middle. Benjuan almost able to pick this one up. Not going to happen so easily. Benjuan back to the middle. And now on his goal is Locke taking this over, trying to get out to Perch Peach, but I think he just lost boost there at the end. Wasn't really able to get this like more of a horizontal shot. Ends up vertically. Now back to the middle, shot over. That's just a little bit too wide. Defender comes out, gets a couple touches on it, and then demolished for his actions.
I thought that ball was going to go in, but sometimes the net has other plans, and just be able to sail over your defenders makes you say, you know what, you can't put down your guard where I'm around. Just being annoying sometimes can shift the tide in your favor.
Well, yeah, I mean, also getting these demos in is a huge mental factor. We talked about that one in match 1 as well. Simply getting these going and making it known against this opposing squad that you're always, got to be on the lookout, got to be watching your back for these demos, especially when you're on defense. It's just, again, just another thing they have to think about, which is never going to be bad for you. Back to the middle. Perch Peach tries to. Not going to happen. The offense here for Dalhousie Black still on.
Well, a 2-goal advantage isn't really much of an advantage, especially how it goes and comes so fast here. Ooh. But a 3-goal advantage may be a little bit more secure there for Dalhousie.
Yeah, especially with the amount of time left on this. 27 kilometers per hour is rather slow as this one takes a bouncer right across the middle. That's just unfortunate. Stoops kind of gets like a front row seat to that one. Perch Peach gets another assist on this one, 17 seconds to go. It's possible, but very unlikely for JWU to come back at this one.
Yeah, you know what's unfortunate there for JW Yellow. Doesn't mean you played bad or anything. It's just that the game came out, you employed the wrong strategy, and now it's time for you to regain. As the clock ticks down here, Dalhousie Black wins game 1.
Rounded out 4-1 victory. So 3-score difference. The beginning of like a middling score. You lose by 1, you lose by 2, something like this. Those are relatively close games. But the simple fact that we saw a JW Johnson and Wales Yellow squad, or Johnson and Wales University Yellow squad, only get 3 shot attempts. 3 shot attempts Novanta. And that throughout that entire game number 1. I think that's the real big difference here, as opposed to the 3-score difference.
Yeah, it seems that every time that JWU had an idea of doing that small ball, which is usually the thing you want to do as a countermeasure to give yourself the confidence to shoot up pitch, you had someone cut off that space, head them off with the pass, just being in front of I dropped my pen. Being in front of everyone in the run of play. That's what kind of makes Alhazi so great. They're so annoying when they're on defense to any other team with the ball, but when they have the ball back, they find a way to score. That's been the difference.
Exactly. And the communications there definitely showing up between both of these teams. Like we were kind of talking about this match one, I really want to see how the offensives change here in game number 2, because both teams going to be communicating about how they want to face against this onslaught of offense earlier. And that's wow. Okay. 2 seconds. That's going to be the fastest time-wise, the quickest goal, I guess I should say. So far, that's Wi-Fi connecting.
I love it. That's what we get. We're sitting here as casters. What are you going to do to regain? And you blink and they score. Why not? That's how you do it. You score.
That's Rocket League. That's Rocket League. Looking for a second shot at this one. Persils goes up. Almost teased it up for Wi-Fi again. Not going to happen. Persils shot across the middle. Johnson and Wales University find themselves in the lead for the first time in this matchup. Wi-Fi trying. Gets up to it. Now Binge One playing it across the side. Nice double tap right here to get it past Stoops. Now he's forced to hit the full rotate here. As an easy defense from Dalhousie Black. Now Locke turning into offense. Binge One almost able to pick this one up and turn it into scores. That's going to be Perch Pete. Cue the Jaws music. Oh. Just a little bit outside, and the bite does not land.
Oh, man. So many times you see everyone go up. You're thinking, this is going to be the one. This is going to be one. Anticipation seems to be the name of the game here. I wonder if pulling all these angles is the best strategy, especially if they're having difficulty putting that past the net.
Ooh, talk about passes into nets. Locke sends this one down. Defender is forced to field it not once but twice. Once in air and second time against the ground. Solid hit again. Defense for JWU not giving up so easily. Persils, no, it Stoops. Persils against the back. Stoops to the middle. Love to see it.
I just let out a sigh and said, well, that was another goal opportunity wasted. But there you have the insurance. That's an important thing. A lot of times people have ideas of putting shots on goals, but you want to be a secondary option in case there's a kind of a lazy clear, in this case, a wall bounce. And that's what became a goal out of nothing. 2-0 JWU.
Minute 15 into this one. Solid lead here. First time that Johnson & Wales has enjoyed this lead against Dalhousie Black, but this is just game 2. Game 2, this is definitely going a different way, though. So, I got no predictions here, people. Bounce to the middle. Almost picked up. Locke wisely playing this one back, and just like that, Dalhousie Black, until Persils gets involved, looked like they were going to be taking this one to offense, and that's about as clinical as he got.
Well, that was a shot on frame. We're seeing a little bit of a helter-skelter scoring and defensive formations from both these teams. Really the sign of aggression or even frustration, depending on how you're looking at the perception here. Because also demos are coming out now, and it's 3 minutes to go. It is game 2, a 2-goal advantage for JWU and for Dalhousie Black. What worked for you in game 1, that kind of rat-a-tat offense seems to have dried up, and I think they're trying to figure out a way to break this new defensive formation of JWU. But I think it's just so weird to pin down. It's so weird to ascertain what they're planning. It's kind of like a blob on a ink blot test, my friend.
Yeah, like what do you see? Because I know what I see. What do you see?
Right.
Dalhousie Black, what I see is individual play when they definitely need to get teammates involved a lot more here. We just saw, I believe that was Locke, trying to, just a really, really weird kind of pop play up, and easily defender's gonna play this one, even when there's another defender back. Just like that, it gave up the offense until about 10 seconds ago here. Locke now back on out to this outside, picks up a side boost on his way, looking to escort this one. Binge One gets a weird touch on it, flanked out the outside, and Locke is forced to retreat and rotate.
Well, sometimes retreat makes the most sense. You got to make sure that you don't give up these goals due to being over-aggressive or over-passionate. And even though we're within the witching hour, that could have been easy a third, but the woodwork decided otherwise for JW. This one's really been all them. They have had the possession, they've had the control, and now the time is working for their favor.
The witching hour, where wins turn into losses and losses turn into wins. I love it. I love it. 100 seconds left here. Nobody is able to pick this one up until Persils just kind of gets it put in the pocket for him. 90 seconds. Perched over Tries to get it to lock and gets interrupted by not one but two Johnson and Wales defenders. Little stare down right there on the outside. This town ain't big enough for the both of us until both players opt to go for this ball. Now shanked out. No one really with offensive possession until just now. Nice little setup coming in. Persils doesn't really get a handle on it though.
Fortunately, I'm missing a little bit of that urgency from Dalhousie Black, especially for day one or game one. But seem a little lackadaisical. It's almost like they're okay with being down by 2. Maybe have plans to regain in game 3.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw a 3-0 sweep as casters. We obviously want as much Rocket League as possible. Game 4, at least situation would be purchased if this Johnson & Wales University squad does take this with 45 seconds to go. Given that this has been a very low-scoring affair so far, I would not be surprised if that's where it goes, even though Dalhousie Black was able to put up 4 in game number 1.
I mean, that's always a question I have for teams now. I mean, again, wins and losses, that happens in anyone that plays. If you go 4 minutes without scoring a goal, then you almost put yourself up for failure, right? Make sure you make your opponent score more goals than you. That means you got to put things on the board, no matter the situation, no matter the strength of competition.
There's Dibbo coming in there towards the end, stoops, really weird hit. Then Juan comes in. Doesn't really get a good strike at that one. Now just back and forth. Dalhousie Black, I do believe, has lost this game number 2.
Well, that's what happens here when you have a plan and then your opponent goes, all right, we see that plan. We raise you more strat. Here we have a situation after 2 games. We're tied at 1 game apiece. Let me ask you this, Tugboat. Who has the advantage of leading in the game 3?
I have to say Johnson and Wales, given the Rocket League is so much a game of momentum, especially given they put up that goose egg and or they forced the goose egg against Dalhousie Black in game number 2. If this was a 4-0 situation in game 1 where Dalhousie Black had taken the lead in game number 1, then I really think that it really just would be a toss-up completely. But given that they took him a game and forced the goose egg, the 0 score from the opposing team, got to say Johnson and Wales.
Oh, man, Johnson and Wales looks like they have everything pretty much lined up. Now's this opportunity for Dalhousie to really come up with something else, right? You tried going for that small ball, worked for you in game 1, didn't work for you in game 2 because the ball sailed over your head with these bomb goals. So what do you have planned? I'm always a fan of using the walls, using the flanks to your advantage, those lips. Make sure you make your defense as wide as possible before you come in. Let's see what they try to employ here in game 3.
Yeah, I'm fraught to try and predict anything offensively wise. I'll tell you what we saw earlier, and that was the change from more like passes and plays, like what they would call it the change from the change from coverage into man coverage. Peach Perch though makes that a non-issue very early on this one.
Well, you know what I like about low-hanging fruit? It's easy to pluck. Perch Peach makes quick work of that. Opens the scoring 1-0.
Absolutely. 6 seconds into this, and would you believe it, people? 6 seconds is not the quickest goal on stream today. That was 2 seconds off of Johnson and Wales off of a very easy kickoff goal. 2 seconds in, low and not slow. My God, Dalhousie Black putting game 2 in the back of their mind. It never happened. What is the quote? Have the memory of a goldfish?
No,
right?
That's it. Just keep swimming. But look what we're saying, right? I said use the flanks, use the walls to your advantage. That first goal, top down. Second goal, off the left wall. That's what you need to do. Dalhousie has a new plan. Let's see if they can maintain and hold on and add on to this.
Man, a lead of 3 in the first minute would be absolutely impressive. But again, this is what Johnson and Wales, that's what they put up earlier, and Dalhousie Black put up that 0. A roller outside, and that's going to be Dalhousie Black. Can we say gifted their 3rd?
Yeah, I think so, man. That was a goal worthy of Deadeye Canyon. Look at that. A little bit of a razzle-dazzle, breaking asshole just for funsies, and walks that dog all the way to the home. You got a 3-goal lead, 3-goal score, 3 goals unanswered.
35 seconds as well. Johnson and Wales did this early. They did not find 3, and they did not find that within the first minute or so, like that quickly. You know, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Still plenty of Rocket League to be played. Not even quite half. All right, I'm going to stop trying to be positive here for Johnson and Wales.
Oh, allow me to be negative for a second. If you're the coach here at Dalhousie, you're like, well, where were some of the goals last game? You go from being shut out to 4 more goals. They have a quicker pace. This is streaky by the very definition, but I am not a nitpicker. I'm a caster. 4-goal score for Dalhousie. They're rolling.
45 seconds in. Some crazy stuff. Johnson and Wales, maybe it's that offensive demolition time. Not 100% sure. You got to change something up here because 1 or 2, that's okay, that's manageable. 3 is like even like okay, that's a lead. 4 is like what is going on when you have this much time left.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if you're shut out, that means you are basically shut down by your the defense of a team, right? There's just nowhere you're going. They finally lock it out. So the goal is you want to make sure you come from different angles as possible to really have your defense to have to decide which direction of the pitch to defend. That's why I said the walls and flanks to your advantage, but you can go top down, you can go zigzag, you can do whatever you want. You have to stretch the defense and make them choose, make them decide, because they will make a mistake. No one is perfect 100% of the time. That's what Dalhouse did right here.
Yeah, you definitely got to agree on that. And there's no such thing as a perfect Rocket League performance. I should say that was about as perfect as a defensive block as you'll get, though. A lot of pressure from Johnson and Wales right now. They're pouring everything into this one right now. A lot of back forth on the defense as well. That's in this rebound way up high. Little demo action. I think that was against the offense. Now the respawns will be coming in. Another demo here. I think you're sensing a theme.
Hey, man, sometimes you can't get what you want. You got to drop an elbow and cause some explosions. Advice for life, y'all. No, I'm just kidding. But yes, the aggression's coming out here in game 3 because I think a little bit, Dalhouse was a little bit embarrassed. You know, again, like, wins and losses happen, but to go all game without scoring a single goal after putting up 4 against an opponent says a lot about what you can and cannot do. So they really want to establish their dominance here. And so that's why they were able to come out raring out the gate.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, that's the only way you really answer a goose egg situation from Johnson Wales on the other side, right? Like doing the same thing, forcing a zero-score situation offensively for the other side while you put up loads on, okay, I don't know. I'm sorry, guys. I keep cursing, it seems.
Well, they
every time I talk
back.
about it, they're going the other way. What's up?
They pulled one back. I'm not sure I would recommend having 3 cars in the same corner, but if it gets to a goal, why not, right, brother?
Yeah. Hey, there you go. There you go. This is going to be the 3rd out of 5 goals that come off of just huge sweeping plays with no defender even to be found. They get a front row seat, maybe even a second row seat to that, and that is it. There's no even opportunity. A second, this ball leaves that with that trajectory and that speed. There's another one, though. Johnson and Wales University answering not once but twice in about 20 seconds.
Well, that's kind of the drawback of scoring very, very early. 2 goals happens back-to-back, and now you let your opponent back in the game. And if you lose a game after scoring 4 goals up first, that's just even more of what's going on with you on your defensive end than being shut out, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah, if you talk about the, like the biggest answer, right? A 4-0 answer from Dalhousie Black against a goose egg situation for Johnson and Wales game 2 would have been that, but the complete comeback, like doubling up, like an 8-4 scoreline, something like that, there's a lofty goal. That's really, really what would be equal to an answer on the other side for Johnson and Wales. See how that one goes, though.
Absolutely.
Stoops. Letting this one out to this left side, bouncing up almost to it, but that's going to be Purcell's regardless. That's Dalhouse Black going on a 4-score run and then answering Johnson and Wales 3-score run.
Well, this one here was kind of shot over a little bit strong, and it didn't get a handle from anyone from the Dalhousie squad, and so it was kind of like they weren't even there. They weren't even relevant to that shot on frame, and being up by 4, conceding 3 is not the ideal situation for either team, but now we got ourselves a slugfest within the final 90 seconds of Game 3.
Yeah, and here's okay, just like that. Now we have 8 total scores here in game number 3, which is more than all of these scores in game 1 and 2 combined between these 2 squads. Perch Pete keeps the eye on the ball and just kind of eye on the ball and right place, right time. Really a fantastic combination of those 2 things.
Yeah, man. What is defense anyway?
That's what really has been the name of the game in this game 3. A barn burner. It has been indeed a very, very high-scoring game, and we're almost at this point. I think we're almost guaranteed double-digit points total.
Oh, absolutely. Why not, man? These are coming thick and fast in the offing. And what I like about these 2 teams that no one really decides to slow it down. We're getting scores after scores after scores, and Wi-Fi pulls within 1.
There you go. 9 total scores, 117. Man, oh, man. Just like literally watch this one, and Dalhousie Black just simply didn't have that defender back. Like you were saying, there's been triple-up commits, offense, defense, everywhere on this pitch the past 3 minutes and 55 seconds.
Yeah, it's kind of a human element of Rocket League. You know, it's all precision, but sometimes you want to really impress or show out or, put your eyebrows down or sit forward in your chair, and you have this aggressive play style, and that's great, but you always have to have someone back to stop these. You got to anticipate maybe the ball going a little bit harder than you anticipate to cover the other side of the net, to stop second opportunities or other opportunities like that. That could have easily been 5, but you got the crossbar, got a hand of it.
Yeah, there was almost a tie situation. 35 seconds into this one. Johnson and Wales ain't giving this up quite yet. Lock, solid hit back out. Perch trying to redirect with this one to the middle. Low and slow. But Lock takes it away and sends it running down this other side. From the corner and down. Stoops getting there to interrupt it. Back on out to this left corner. Trying to pick it up is Perch Peach. It's Wi-Fi out to the side. Lock tries to connect. Can't quite get it. Redirect comes just past the car of Persil's. And a lower, and that's Dalhousie Black, I think, just took this game. 6 seconds left, 8 seconds left, that was up.
Well, I typically say a 1-goal advantage isn't really an advantage, but I saw a 4-goal lead almost evaporate. So that goal late was definitely important for Dalhousie Black. 8 seconds to score 2 goals is not impossible. Let's see if it happens, but it'd be a good thing to have the insurance.
Yep, Dalhousie finally slows it down a little bit. That burns all the time off of this one. 6-4, might be 7-4, might be 6-5, doesn't matter. Going to be the same result. Dalhousie Black striking back in game number 3.
So the name of the game here was just composure. It felt like a lot of times both teams decided to say, we'll get defensive later. It's all good. You have these running scoring streaks. No one really takes the time with the ball to slow things down. Not saying you have. I'm not a Rocket League purist. If you want to go wild, go wild. But there's no way I would ever have a coaching job in the world if I say if you score 4, you concede 3, you're doing all right.
Yeah, I can completely agree with that. And we're just talking about halftime, the first half of this game as well. A 4-score run for Dalhousie Black, a 3-score answer back from Johnson & Wales University that ends out at a 6-4 total. But the second half, like you said, just kind of slowed down a little bit more, or at least on paper, numerically, that's what we would believe right there. Pace of the game, not saying that one whatsoever. In game 4, I got no predictions. Yes, Dalhousie Black has the lead right here, but this has literally just gone back and forth every single time.
Yeah, which makes it good for Rocket League. Of course, in this league, Emergence Yellow, these teams are undefeated, so you know it's going to be an even battle, but the kind of battle I didn't see coming a mile away. And wow, just as we get started, Persil's opens the scoring.
Yep, that's going to be Johnson & Wales University striking first in this. 136 kilometers per hour. I'm not sure we're going to get a faster one than that. 119 was the fastest one earlier.
Wow, what a bomb, a rocket, if you will. And, well, I don't know how to call this topsy-turvy series, but I got a feeling it's going to be a lot more than 1 goal scored in this one.
I would love to see a 0-1 game in game number 4 to push it to a game 5. That would just be so interesting. And then again, just completely flip scripts as far as what is to be expected, given that we just came off of that double-digit total score in game number 3, that 10 total score, 6-4 lead for Dalhousie Black.
Yeah, Tallahousee's probably looking for an answer here after having 2 games so far where they were just throwing up an onslaught with goals and have been dry before. Trying not to go back to that one to make that any more competitive for them as we get into the first minute of play here in game 4, excuse me.
Yeah, game 4, extra Rocket League purchase here. No sweeps happening, even though both of these teams have come off of 3-0 victory sweeps past week. So back on out to this outside. Perch, Peach just kind of waiting, just playing their time, trying to pick a little boost on the outside, get in position and get looking good for this offensive push. Again, yeah, super slowed down in game number 4 now. We would not have seen Dalhousie Black wait for this shot at all at any point in game number 3.
I think both teams had that idea. They saw themselves getting kind of wild. They probably were sweating a lot when so many goals were going by, and they both said, let's slow down the pace. And it's almost like we go to a stoplight and you think the person's going to race you, so you just let off the gas. You're just easing the car past that line, and I think we're seeing a little bit of that now here. Still 1 goal separates these 2 teams. There's a lot of time to put more on the board, but yeah, I love to see a defensive classic. Why not?
Stop right here, binge 1. Lock out to it. Lock gets it over, and now bottom right. You called it that perfect 90. I forget exactly what you called it earlier.
Well, like I said, my name is Novanta, and that right there is lower Novanta. What a chip over your defender, bottom 90. That's what makes anyone in that vicinity try to stretch. But again, no one saw it. They were frozen. They were in place. We are still a tie game.
Yes, sir. It's 1-1 now. Perfect positioning on the shot earlier here for Dalhousie Black on the tie-up situation. Back down in the middle. Good job getting this one out in the source of danger for right now. Perch Peach across the side. Perch Peach actually connecting with teammate, but it's going to be Locke. I think Johnson Wells might have been paying attention, seeing that offensive mishap between the 2 Dalhousie Black members, and forgot this was 3-on-3 for a second. Locke almost took that one to the bank.
Yeah, why not, man? There's a time to be a hero. There's a time to really do things. We've seen team plays, we've seen wall plays. Why not some individual efforts there to really establish to your defense or your opponent that you are a multiple threat?
And Locke has really been showing up offensively as well. There's been Dalhousie that's doing a great job with the team play so far, but Locke really has been picking this up offensively so far. Now Locke on the defense, easy takeaway, block to the outside, but that's a perfect redirect back onto this middle for the Johnson & Wales yellow squad.
Well, we look at 2 minutes ago here in Game 4, Dalhousie Black on series point, trying to make sure this series is as short as possible. JWU forcing the Game 5 is on their mind, and what we're seeing now is a little bit of going around the horn here, seeing how far each team's willing to go to collect their ball to really establish their possessions.
Offense yet again, picking up. Oh no, that got past. Is that a good angle? It is! And that's I have lost count of how many huge long ball situations like this that nobody even gets anything but a whiff of this one, a smell at it maybe, as this one just goes flying past. 4 in the last game? I'm not sure, man.
It's about that, but I love friendship plays. Here's a little pop-up pass. Why not? Wi-Fi, another one.
There you go. Johnson & Wales University takes a lead yet again. Only a lead of 1, but a lead it is regardless. Ends right here. We'll definitely take it. Push that game number 5. Just past 100 seconds left on in this one. Wi-Fi trying to take this one off from teammate right there with the bottom tires. Didn't quite get to it. That's now Binge 1 beating him to it. Perched Peach out to this outside. Locked down low, but Wi-Fi gets there just in time. The block comes in. Perch Peach going to be able to pick this one up. Good hit back on out here, just like that. Dalhousie trying to get back on offense. Locke is there! And Johnson & Wales, remember, just kind of sat down. Didn't jump for this one. It looked like that was a good block.
Yeah, it was a good block, but again, you had one defender out of position, one going the wrong direction. It had to count, and it did, and now we have ourselves another tie game.
Yeah, that was Wi-Fi. Bottom 90, that's what you called it. Perfect positioning on this. Wi-Fi just a little bit too far. Can't go backwards quite as fast, so you can't go forwards. Yep. 60 seconds left. Tied game here. Any predictions, Levanta?
Well, if anything has been the script, I would say Dalhousie has the advantage, but JW is so scrappy, they're so unorthodox. It may be a freak goal here, but it's so late in the game. Freak goals count them much the same, if not more.
I can definitely agree. 2-2 right here. 42 seconds left. Double up on defense, but that's going to be enough, and good positioning there for Johnson & Wales to really have to take their time to pick this one up. Back down to the middle. Peach out. Double defense turns into doubling up offense. Gets up to it. Wi-Fi does, as nobody else is there for Dalhousie Black. Maybe they just weren't comfortable with the offensive look on that one. Binge 1 way too high, but it's the redirect looking for Locke right now. Flipping to try and get back to that one, but Peach gets in front of Pursills. Blocks it away, kind of. Wow.
Oh, wow. I just saw this from their player's cam. This one here was a lineup. Just looked down the sights like a bolt of a crossbow. Bang! Crossbar assisted. Didn't matter, though. Within the final 10 seconds, we have ourselves a potential Game 5 situation.
Oh, yeah. So we got the Game 3-0 sweep in Game 1. Dalhousie Black not looking to give this one up quite yet. 5 seconds to go. Lock on the offense. Hit onto the outside. They're up! And then, oh, man, that was almost a great job of keeping this ball alive. Not going to happen. Score difference of 1 shows its head in game number 4.
Yeah, fantastic. That last shot was unfortunate there, Tugboat, but frankly, for Dalhousie, they should have come to that. You had a lot more of the possession game. You had a lot more shots on frame, but you couldn't connect, couldn't convert. What's happening with this kind of not too sure, I'm concerned because it seems to be very, very streaky. We've seen 4 games. I've seen 2 different sides of the same team in Dalhousie. Which team is going to show up to Game 5? Time will tell. But JWU, basically being the consistent one, has got them a ticket to Game 5. So props to them, win, lose, or draw.
Yeah, punch that ticket here to a game number 5, 3-2 victory one of these teams will take. But I have to agree with you. Dalhousie Black has just been a lot less consistent with offensive and defensive play. We saw that a whole lot in this blowout game in game number 3 as well, when Dalhousie Black goes up 4-0 and then just abandons anything that even looks like a defense to allow 3 scores on the other way, only going down to a 2-score difference at the end of that one. But hey, this best of 5 basically boiled down to a one and done Novanto. Whoever wins this in overtime in regular time, doesn't matter, will be taking the series.
Either way you slice, the one that wins this game will be well deserved. Also, a lot here today, and it's only been four games and some change. And even though about 30 seconds have gone by, we're still tied at 0 apiece. And it's kind of interesting to see which will be the first team to score first here.
Yeah, let's see. JW Yellow struck first in game 4 and then did take it by a bare difference of 1. I think that was Dalhousie Black that scored first in game number 3. I'm not going to go back through this because I'm not 100% sure, but at least that's a theme being followed so far. JW Yellow strikes first game 5.
Purcell's this side of the back door, special delivery. Look at this going around, caught, locked, sleeping, and even it'll kind of find out who was going to be there. No one's really close there, but going around the backside is kind of interesting, kind of brazen, kind of brave. I like it. JW's here to win and here to play 1-0.
Would it be clever to call them JUU?
I like it. I like it.
Ooh, out to the outside, the triple U's show up. I don't know. We'll talk to them about it later, just because WUU is a little bit of a mouthful.
Yeah, I got you.
Back on out to this outside. Locke picking this up. Man, if Locke was going at this one, we'll call it 5 kilometers slower, his teammates would have been able to connect on that for Dalhousie Black's first a lot easier. As it was, when you put this across from left to right goal just so quickly without an angle inside, it's going to be so hard for teammates to get there in the nick of time while still maintaining any semblance of a defense.
I have no idea how fast a kilometer is. Is that faster or slower than a mile? I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding.
Okay. Okay. There's 1.6 kilometers in every mile. Yeah, I think that's right. 3 minutes, 17 seconds. I'm not 100% sure. 3 minutes, 14 seconds is Binge One and the rest of Dalhousie Black getting onto the offense. Pursills from this up defensively wise. Purse Peach, like you said, ping pongs this one against the wall with a defender there and mostly maintains possession. Pops out to Locke. They try to get it in, but it's Binge One that strikes in here. Little pass play on in. That's his second shot, and Binge One connects.
Well, this one here is a little bit different than the goals we see from Dalhousie. This was kind of like just a gritty goal, being defense, being in that drink, being in that corner to pop it out and coming above surface. And I wonder if they're going to go back to that, manufacturing their own opportunities, or if they're going to go back for more of the whimsy of the early games.
Yeah, so JWU has done a great job of kind of keeping the one player up, one player back, and the one player rotating, right? That was more of a double-up defense on the right side, another double-up right here for JW Yella, and they come in, and because this is just kind of like a fake to this outside, there was never some true goal intention from the right side, and the pass comes in. That was the easiest for Dalhousie Black. If they recreate that situation, I think that's going to be something the JWU is going to have trouble with, and that shows its head yet again. Dalhousie Black, 2 shots in a row right here, or 2 goals in a row, excuse me, and the lead attained for game number 5 with about halftime left.
Well, these are the kind of goals that Dalhousie landed in, those goals where they scored a lot and often. I guess this team is ready to go. Maybe, perhaps, don't want to jinx it. Halftime, as you say, 2-1 separates these two teams, and Dalhousie's using the backboard to their advantage.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Pursills gets an epic save on top of that one to the outside, and JW Yellow back onto the defensive right here. Binge One. So we were spectating for a second, but really just got a second to rotate, pick up boost. Lock middle side. Pursills block again. Pursills been showing up on the defense, been saying their name a lot. So now Stoops popping this one to the right side as members of Dalhousie Black try to cover this one up and now bring it out, but boost starved they are. Double up on the defense back here. 1 player left on Dalhousie Black's D side, and that's going to be an easy one for the tying factor for the yellow squad.
Got to give props there. It looked like Purcell's got the credit for it, but it was a little bit of that Soups kind of just song and dance and breaking axles to really put the defense out of position. Granted, Purcell's was there to make sure it was an emphatic goal, but the hard work was done by them. Team plays are not necessarily passes in the midfield. That counts too.
100 seconds left here. What counts left here is how much offensive pressure you have left in the tank, right? Whichever, this is a true tied-up factor. 90 seconds left here. Just nothing. Both teams have tried so much here. I think you kind of have to, like while there's so much going on, try and maintain and kind of think, what worked beforehand? Let's try that again or something. Because if you just play Rocket League, just play reactive Rocket League right here, then that team who does that is going to lose.
Absolutely. Yeah, a lot of times about they say reading plays is great, not knocking that. But you got to create your own destiny, create your own magic. And that was a shot on top of the bow, but the crossbar denies it twice. And I like to say you got sometimes you got to take control of what you want, what your
Huh.
team wants, what you want to do in this series.
Yeah, I'm really, really surprised that was not a goal right there. Everybody just kind of turning attention onto Boost for a second while this ball was dangerously close and open. 45 seconds left, up and down. Perch Peach gets to it. That would have been Wi-Fi striking across the middle if Perch Peach hadn't gotten to it on the outside right here. Dalhousie Black holding on, now getting in the offensive, or at least looking at it for a couple seconds.
Well, a couple seconds is an eternity in Rocket League. There's a tie game, and we all know that these late scores and theatricals can happen. So nobody wants to be the one to make that first fall or to flinch first. But you can tell a little bit of desperation sinking into both teams here, as just shots are coming from all over the pitch.
Lock with the block. 13 seconds away from an overtime situation in a Game 5 situation that has been incredibly close and incredibly back and forth. Like, this is not like a sweep or reverse sweep situation at all, everybody. These games have been going back and forth as much as they can, momentum-wise. Grounded ball, overtime in game number 5, Novanta.
Well, we got ourselves the golden goal situation. The stronger teams at a disadvantage in overtime. That's Dalhousie Black, because once you have a weaker team, they're able to try things that you may not see coming. JW Yellow has the element of surprise in their favor. So long as this goes on, the more it favors that blue side, which means if you're JW Yellow, you got to strike first.
Purcell is almost getting under this one and ending it in overtime pretty quickly, but now both teams slowing it down a little bit of middling play right here. Yellow is looking solid on the defense for right now. Pops to the outside. Wi-Fi gets that over. Last player back. Stoops just gets a little bit too far ahead of this one. And now Peach takes that offensive look. Benjuan, other side. A rolling ball across the middle. Doesn't get there particularly fast. Ends up into an Dalhousie Black offense. Wi-Fi off the top. Good rebound out. Gets it to about half pitch as well. But Benjuan, once again, always there. Dalhousie has maintained a fantastic just web of players right here that are always ready to rotate and keep it offensively looked.
Yeah, that's good for them. I kind of wish that was a little bit more of even distribution around the breaks, because if there are situations of a poke goal, like you saw there, there's almost a half car step behind to get everyone in position on defense. It may become the Achilles heel, but it may be nothing. Over a minute has gone by in this overtime period. We're still tied at 2 apiece. JWL is looking to make this an emphatic comeback or upset, even though both teams have an equal record going in. To me, it would be an upset based on strength of play if they're able to do it here in overtime in game 5.
Yeah, 90 seconds of this overtime game so far. Shots across the middle. Another aerial demo there for Binge One. Perch Peach looking fancy on the outside. Double up and gets it down, but that shot is blocked. Fast as it might have been. Not for a lack of trying, though. Not for lack of trying. Lock to this outside. Finds a demo down bottom. Perch Peach. Once again, offensive look from the outside. Stoops brings this out, now picks up a big boost on their way. No, they don't quite get that side boost. That might be detrimental. Coming in, a shot per Sills. Not going to happen.
Yeah, it was so close, but it was a handful trying to wait to get it all before the defense got there. It didn't happen. It was popped up instead, but I bet it was a little bit of a dang, so close there happening in the comms.
About another half of a game into this overtime right here. Shots across Perch Peach. Once again, we've watched them have possession, get in the offense, then get her off to a teammate attempted, and then blocked away, taken away, turned the other way immediately. Dalhousie Black looks great at picking these rebounds up, but not so much when you're talking about offensive shots.
Yeah, that's kind of been the bummer about this whole thing. I mean, the effort is there, the will to win is there, but all the ideas of having shots on frame is a little bit elusive for them. I wonder, win, lose, or draw, that might be the target of a training pitch after the series.
I can definitely agree with you. Definitely agree with you. Yellow back on the defense like they have been on for most of this halftime portion so far. But again, playing the defense with this solid wall-to-wall performance so far. This is back over here, and just even a slower ball like that would make you think that Dalhousie Black players are rotating and just ready to strike at this one. Not going to happen. They're playing defense even while they're on offense, just trying to maintain and make sure that these big sweeping plays, the pop plays that we've seen, I think yield like 6 goals across these 5 games so far, happen. Nobody wants to lose that way in overtime game 5.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more of that small ball there. A lot more of those, hey, popping up to see who's underneath the ball to get that link pass. We're not seeing so many lobs as before. It comes down to that you're right. No one wants to be the one to make the mistake. No one wants to be the one to be the last whiff. I've been there myself. It's the worst feeling in the world there.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. God knows I've experienced that one a few times myself.
Yep.
Dalhousie Black putting this one over. Wi-Fi trying to get this to this outside. Purcell's picking up one. Nobody really maintaining possession, but it bouncing back towards Yellow's side for a couple of seconds. Wi-Fi gets under it, but Binge Juan takes it away. Demo coming in. I have to imagine the demo is where the lead is going to come in here eventually, right?
Right. So sometimes if you're having trouble scoring on frame, there's a they're gonna save.
Oh my
it's
God.
like you got to be able to at least put yourself or your opponent out of position or create that smoke screen, man. We see it happen in other games like Valorant, right? You can't see if you're smoked. And sometimes I've been on that pitch too. You're just blinded by that demo cloud.
Yeah, blinded by the remains of somebody else's car. I hear you. 30 seconds away from a full overtime, a full another like sixth game, right? Another 20 seconds. Back down, Perch Peach. Nope, Perch Peach can't get to it. Stoops once again with a Herculean block. Binge Juan outside, flanked here. Stoops trying to pick it up. Stoops just actually waiting, kind of playing their hand for a second, but that's Locke now slicing it down and gets onto the outside for just a second. Binge Juan come flying off from this right side. Locke picking it up. The pop play down bottom. That if this was faster, that'd be a goal, but I don't believe it's going to happen.
Well, a whole game has elapsed here in the overtime period. And, well, you talk about no one wants to be making mistakes. What we're seeing at this juncture is that mental strain, right? You're out there. There's no chance to reset. Other way to plant the ball. It's really coming down to the mistakes, coming down to the formations, coming down to linking up with your teammates here. There is no chance for a breather. And I think both teams are feeling the pressure.
Yeah, Purcell's almost bit the bullet right there after, again, about 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes now of an overtime situation. That just trajectory was not true. Back on out to this right side. Stoops on the offense. Stoops going to be looking to keep this one. Nope, Locke taken away. Back on here. Purcell's tries something. Purcell's mostly playing that defensive role, but gets involved in the offense here on the pitch for the first time in about a minute. Perch Peach, right side. Teammate, I think that was Binge on down bottom trying to get some bumps and demos going, but not going to happen as easily. Yellow easily takes this one out from the defense. Now goes on to the offense. Right corner. Binge Juan can't quite get to it. Pick up play. Perched Peach pitches left side. Pinch on the wall a little bit, but not a full committed there. On a run, but Binge Juan the last back does get the block.
Perch Peach with a pinch sounds like an alliteration exercise to warm up the vocal cords. Hitting almost a 7th minute in overtime here. Something I've seen maybe often enough to be familiar with the strain, but it is interesting to be that for any team. So many opportunities we've seen just so close to being stopped by, and it can't give any squad the advantage at this point because it really has been 50-50.
I hear you. 7 minutes. That's what we're about 7 seconds away from. Wi-Fi almost gets this one, but it's just rocked up and down yet again. Purcell's looks like he has a perfect angle, but I've learned better in this Dalhousie Black, Johnson & Wales University Yellow Squad overtime so far. That's also looking good, but again, I shouldn't have got my hopes up.
Yeah, that right there was a lack of concentration. That comes in with that fatigue of being in the overtime situation. That comes with the fatigue of not having the ball planted. It really doesn't happen too often when you have an open net like that, or ideally. But when it does, you kind of wonder what that means to have yourself a golden goal situation in your hands. That added pressure also being on stream kind of multiplies. And it's going to be hit right here. And
there it is. Purcell's finally 7.5 minutes into this one. They drop game 1. They take game 2. They drop game 3. They take game 4 by a score difference of 1. They take game 5, ending the back and forth constant, and a 7.5 minute overtime, a 12-minute Rocket League game. It was indeed. Novanta, I have casted it with nobody else.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that. Look, it comes down to consistency wins the day. Dalhousie is a fabulous team, or a flashy team, a funner team to watch. But the story about the tortoise in the hair? That tortoise wins the race. And that's what JW was. It wasn't as great to watch as far as the excitement, but what's exciting? Winning! They are still undefeated after 5 games today.
Yes, they are. 6-0 are your Johnson Wales University Yellow Squad here in the Emergence Yellow Division. Dalhousie Black, the squad up from Canada, does not find the dub like their previous Canadian brothers did in game number 1, and going to be dropping on down to 5-1, which is not a bad look by any means conference-wise, and plenty of playoff contention still rise in their dreams later on in the season. This is not a dream ender here by any means, them facing their first match loss.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for them, but you know what? There's always time to regain, and you can still win the entire thing with a loss in your column. Just make sure it doesn't become a habit. You'll be fine next week and good to go.
Don't make it a habit now. Don't make it a habit. There's those habits you make in college, right? There's bad habits you make in college. Yeah, for now, after a long overtime game 5 situation, we're running pretty close to time here, guys. We're going to go ahead and wrap this one up. We got a couple other casters bringing you that Alvernia University and Holy Christ White matchup next. That's starting, call it 10 minutes. Navanta, you got anything else for the good people before we tell them goodbye?
Stick around because there's more Rocket League action coming up.
Absolutely. FBI talk about Navanta. Catch you guys later. I want to give a shout out to our production staff. That is Zolex, that is Tofu. Anybody else TO or production wise here that's been working for the NECC, we do appreciate you. We're going to go ahead and get it on out of here and get this next match started. Thank you guys for watching. Stay tuned.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the NECC Rocket League once again. My name is Bass in the Past, joined alongside by none other than Hyphira. You guys had Tugboat and Novanta, but now we are here for the latter half of the night, and I don't think we're technically closing it out, but we are bringing some more Rocket League action to you here as we have Alvernia University versus Holy Cross White. I'm excited to get into this one. How are you doing to kick off the day, Hyphira?
I'm doing brilliant. I tuned in for a little bit of that overtime, and well, after seeing that, of course you have to be doing phenomenal. That was a spectacular overtime, and I hope we can nab one of those for ourselves.
Ooh, I'd love to get some overtimes here. We got a long day ahead of us, folks, but before we get into that long day, let's have a look at the matchup we've got coming up here. Like we said, Alvernia University versus Holy Cross White. We've got some lineups to go through here. Starting off with the side of Alvernia, we have got X4 Pro, Valence, and Qatar.
A very strong squad, and well, coming in here with a record of 4-2-1. That is going to be impeccable, and well, it's going to be tough to seal that because the 1-in-4 squad in Holy Cross White, well, they're rocking a lineup as well. So let's get that up on the screen. See who has to take on Alvernia here today. Josh, Ike, Alloy, and Moving 3. It's going to be an interesting one here between the two.
It's going to be a really, really interesting one here, especially considering, like you said, this is not a team that is necessarily coming into this one as strong as their opponents here. Holy Cross White are currently 1-4 overall, and the unfortunate thing is that there's a little bit of overlap in some of the teams that these guys have played here. Now, the good thing is that the overlap actually does make this a little bit more confusing than it does explain anything when it comes to these records here. Holy Cross win 3-0 versus Thomas Esports, the one team that they have been able to beat all season long. And then you look on the other side, Alvernia barely beat them out in a 3-2 battle. But meanwhile, on the other side of this one, UMass Amherst, they win against, Alvernia wins against them 3-1, but Holy Cross can't take a game. So there's a little bit of interesting stuff going on here in the Emergence Division. I feel like we've talked about this before, Hyphria, but this really is a division where everything is up in the air.
It's going to be great. To look at a record like that, obviously you can't really divulge anything from that information properly, but 1-4, you have to get moving. You have to be off to a great start. And well, this match has started as well. Alvernia versus Holy Cross White, and it's Alvernia has to take a bit of a back stance, but Valence already getting into the attack and ripping that first shot. It's not going to necessarily count as one, and it was relatively easily defended by Holy Cross White, but the counterattack quickly squandered as well.
Quickly squander. But again, it's game number one. We're going to see a lot of this, a lot of quick jumps, a lot of teams playing a little bit more sporadically than they would normally here. So 30 seconds into this one, I'm not necessarily surprised to see Boomer Ball as this one just goes back and forth across the pitch. We can see Holy Cross White get a little bit of sustained pressure here. No, this boomer out to midfield will force Alloy to try and clear it back out to mid, but they cannot. X4 Pro throws a little bit of a wrench in here as they completely distract everybody in the corner. But can we find a shot? Valence sends one center, but easily turned away. Maybe not away, though. Qatar is there, but it is blocked by Alloy. The offense not done, but Alvernia going to have to go back to the drawing board.
That drawing board always a beautiful thing, and this game number one is always speaking words to me and speaking entire essays at time. And right now it's just that close battle. Neither team really wants to commit. As Alvernia, they do commit heavily upon the attack. Qatar still able to pick it up in the midfield, off to the backboard. He sets his sails. It will bounce off, and that will allow a Holy Cross White to move into the attack and potentially even get a goal for themselves. But Valence will be in the way.
Will be in the way, and so far everybody's been in the way of anybody getting a goal on the board here, but apparently not. Valence saves their flip to the last second and double touches to open up the score line.
Ah, that's where he still had his flip. Had a ceiling reset. That is a brilliant one in the poof. Well, he made that ball disappear into thin air, just like the entirety of the Holy Cross White defense. A brilliant start here for Alvernia. And this is far from over. 3.5 minutes still left on the clock, and a double commit that could send them into some chaos here. But Valence, he will put it up the post yet again. Holy Cross White, they get away with robbery.
Oh, Valence getting so close here, but we're starting to see who's going to be the star-studded striker here for this Alvernia side. So far, since they've been able to start getting some offensive pressure, they haven't really let go of it, and I'd say part of the reason why is Holy Cross White just look uncomfortable here on defense right now. They're trying to keep themselves out of the side, but unfortunately, every single 50-50 is going awry, and these double commits are just leaving them so exposed. 3 minutes to go here. Alvernia does have the 1-0, but I wouldn't be surprised if they increase their lead in a moment's notice.
This is a staggering start of the game, start of the series at that as well. Both teams firing at it. Holy Cross White, they do need to move into the attack a little bit more right now. They're on the back foot a bit too often, and Alvernia, they are heavy on the strikes, and as soon as they do, they have a good chance of actually breaking through. And I absolutely love Qatar's position time and time again. As soon as Holy Cross get a little bit of a clearance, he will be there to put it right back in. And yet again, Alvernia, they take a far back approach, and they'll just catch the ball and try and set up that counter.
Again, they're still having a couple of double commits here and there, but the big difference is that Holy Cross, they're not jumping on the ball nearly as quickly as Alvernia are when they see mistakes. Good example here, Valence does not take a single second, and as soon as they see the opportunity, the shot goes on target, 2-0 in favor of Alvernia.
This shows game sense. Valence just taking his time, spotting the awkward situation for the opponents, and waiting it out, playing reactive because he knows that whether they're going to get a touch, that's already up in the air, and then it also has to be a good touch. Well, it was a detrimental touch, sending Holy Cross White in a 2-goal deficit. X for Pro wants to make it even worse, but Valence might overstep his mark just a little bit there.
That's not necessarily overstepping your mark if you're not going to get punished, though. 2 minutes to go here, and Holy Cross White have yet to punish Alvernia here in this game. They've had a couple of decent opportunities, Hypheria, but it feels like for the most part, this has been a pretty one-sided affair as the offense really has stuck to this one half of the pitch the whole time. Oh, boy, and Qatar, he will just add a little bit of salt in the wounds. 3-0 from a shot from the side.
X4 playing Mario up in here, Goomba stomping Josh, and, well, I think Lady Luck was on his side at that moment. We can be honest with ourselves, and I hope he can too, because bouncing off the sidewall like that right on the defender, plopping down, that's more fortunacy rather than a calculated action. It still counts for the exact same. We can bash on it, we can say luck and everything in that regard, but it still counts for the exact same, and that's a problem for Holy Cross White right now, having a 3-goal deficit.
Oh, but maybe we can see a little bit of turnaround here as some of the pressure starts to finally build for Holy Cross White. Moving 3 can get a goal at this point. I would give them at least a chance to come back here, or at least get some momentum for the road, as game number 1, like we said, really in favor of Alvernia here. First time we're seeing them under pressure on defense, though. Can they actually do anything? No, Alloy can only get a 50-50 out of midfield, and it's barely a 50 at that. As Valence just takes this one out of the side, I'm thinking that they've wasted enough time to secure them this game. 45 seconds to go. They can technically get a couple of goals here, Hypheria, but I don't know if they have enough time to make a 3-goal swing.
I don't think so, especially with how the game has already looked. It's been very much Holy Cross White attempting and not succeeding. They have some shots, they have some attacking pressure, but it's just not enough right now to break through the cracks of Alvernia. And a tough part is always, because Qatar is always sitting far back and letting you boom the ball over the top while Valence is incredibly chasey, it makes it a very hard balance for Holy Cross White, and that's something they're going to have to find in that second game.
I think that they can do so. It's not going to be easy, but this is definitely going to need to be a turnaround here in this second game, as they, I believe, are going to go scoreless here in the first. Maybe they can carry across court. No such luck. Alvernia, they will take game number 1 in shutout fashion. And again, not necessarily what we were not expecting here. Again, Alvernia come into this one 4-1. They are by far the favorites here in this matchup. The bigger difference is the fact that we just didn't see a lot of offense out of Holy Cross White. I was expecting at least a little bit of resistance out of them, but they only really started to get that during, I would say, the last minute or so of the game. So I fear this second game, they've really got to come out the gates firing. If they do not do so, I think that this might be a pretty easy sweep here for Alvernia.
It feels to me that Holy Cross, they're kind of a team that likes to punish mistakes. And, well, right now, Alvernia, they're very simply not making any mistakes. And that could also explain the very odd record that they have. Because, well, if they are just up against a team that makes plenty of mistakes, but it causes other people to send into chaos while they actually thrive in there, well, then that could explain it. But right now, they're going to have to make sure that the chaos is created as Josh Ike misses the ball entirely. But at least this start is great for Holy Cross White. They are managing to get into the attack rather smoothly.
We gotta hope so here. We'd love to see a good back and forth series, but again, I don't really think it's on the backs of Alvernia to do so. It is up to Holy Cross White to find a response here in game number 2. Glad to see them with a little bit of offense, but you do need to play some defense if you're gonna play this aggressively. No one home, and Valence finds the first strike.
Valence, yet again, It's waiting for the game to unfold, and then he strikes, staying on the ground. But that was a risky one. Had Holy Cross White hit that, there would be nobody back for Alvernia. High risk, high reward will be rewarded, but Holy Cross White, they'll punish it right back, and Alvernia, they get put in shackles.
There we go. The first goal of the series here for Holy Cross White as well. And this is a big one. A quick response to not allow the momentum to escape too far away from them here in game number 2. Might just give them a second life here in this game. But again, they do need to be careful. It doesn't feel like we've seen the most out of Alvernia, as they have played a pretty reserved game so far. So what's going to happen when they also start turning up the heat? Qatar do it right here. They're trying to get something ignited on the offense as they start to come off the kickoff with a little bit of momentum. I was going to say, I don't think they should have any further, but Josh just turns away on the wall there. Maybe a little bit nervous to overstep his boundaries, but Alvernia, they have stepped all the way into the Holy Cross side, and I don't think they're going to let them out anytime soon.
Well, Valence, with a miss like that, you don't want to let them out, but you're forced to. At least the iron bars will be breaking just a little bit. And on the side of Holy Cross White, they very much are trying to find that reprieve and trying to find a way back into this series. As of right now, a tied game. Yes, it's a brilliant start for them if you compare it to what's been happening in the previous one, but you need to still score more goals than you have in this entire series. You have to get another one into the back of the net. And well, I think there's opportunities. Alvernia, they're playing rather aggressive, and the opportunity for punishment is a wide open one.
That's the big thing here is that we're starting to see these openings, these little cracks that can turn into valleys if you're not careful. 3.5 minutes to go. We are still at a tie ball game here, so Alvernia definitely not as in control of this game as they were the last, but it still does feel, like I said before, we have yet to see the most out of this team. They've still got a little bit more to show us, and maybe they could have done so right there. Not quite able to put the shot on target, but hey, Valens can find his teammate. They cannot read it off the bar. Qatar puts it just barely wide, and once again, Alvernia starting to turn up the heat on offense, but they can't get it cooking quite yet.
Valence attempting. I mean, it does get past one at least, but the ball falling all the way back into the corner pocket. And Valence is there to catch it. Tries to get past Alloy, but will manage to make the defense sturdy for now. Alloy launching that ball in between. The turnabout is fair play, so Holy Cross White, they're sending it into the attack. Qatar missing out. Josh Ike with a good clear away, and this could be an opportunity for Holy Cross White, but the Valence already back and miss on the backboard though. Ooh, that's scary.
Oh, it's getting very, very close right now. Both teams are getting so close to finding themselves that lead here, but neither one of them can hit the back of the net yet. Maybe Holy Cross can make me eat my words here. They try and approach the corner, but Qatar will take it away. Valence will be able to pop this off the wall, though, and maybe turn it into yet another offense here. Halfway through this game, we're still all tied up, and despite the chances on both sides, Hyperia, no one has really been able to put on a solid shot.
Oh.
Aside from that first minute, could it be right here? No such luck. Alloy, not enough punch, and that one will get barely saved on the line.
Well, you know what they say about Alloy, it's always weaker than the material itself, and they showed right there. Fortunately for Valence, he was in the vicinity, was able to race back to the goal, but moving 3 pops it up early, not expecting a challenge that quickly, but he doesn't have to face it. Qatar up incredibly early as well, and a bit too, if you ask me. Valence still sending it into the midfield. The second touch, not necessary, but there anyways. X4 sends it to the backboard. This could be a good banger, but Qatar decides against it.
Can't quite do so. They're getting close. Something's gotta give, and there it is. So much offensive pressure. Something had to find the back of the net, and who else but Valence to do so?
Valence, he's been popping off. He's been the attacking force for the Holy Cross White side, or well, the attacking force that the Holy Cross White side had to have to deal with Alvernia. They've got a great commodity in him. I would like to see somebody else try and pick up the slack a little bit as well, pick up the pieces and make sure that they have a multifaceted attack instead of just that one player. Because as soon as that one player doesn't necessarily feel it anymore, that's where you're going to be in trouble. Not right now, though.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. For right now, it seems like Valence is still picking up the heat, but what happens when someone else on the Holy Cross White side finds a way to extinguish them, maybe even finds a response here with a minute to go? They can absolutely send this one to overtime if they can get some offensive pressure. Alloy seems to think they can do that by themselves, dismantling the defense in the corner, but where's the follow-up from their teammate? They unfortunately go to the complete opposite corner rather than cutting down mid, and then it starts to fall apart on the backside as well. Josh and Alloy crashing into each other. Valence needs to make the save, and they will do so. 30 seconds to go here, Hyperia, and we have devolved into chaos.
That chaos needs to be ruled by Holy Cross White. They need to get a grip on it, and they need to step on it at the same time. Time is running out, and with 20 seconds remaining, that is definitely not in your favor. They do move into the attacks. Holy Cross White, they've got a good thing going for them, but that is not enough just yet. Valens, he's been so impeccable and so important for Avernia, and yet again at the dying seconds of the game, I feel like there was a Holy Cross player sitting still in the net. Alloy, he's just going to pop it to the ground. The ball still stays up. Long clear over the top, moving 3 close to the gap, but that's going to hit the ground, and Avernia, they get their second.
They take their second, and not only is it their second here in the series, it's their second in a row. They are a single game away from sweeping their opponents here. And like we said, this is not necessarily that unexpected. What we were hoping for, though, was a little bit more resistance out of Holy Cross here. They are getting their chances on offense, Hyperia, but you got to realize the one goal they did score in that game, it was off a kickoff. They still have yet to get an offense that comes to fruition and shows themselves as a potential threat here. I believe they can do it in game number 3, but the unfortunate reality is that this is their last chance to do so. If they don't do it in game number 3, that's the end of the series.
It's just so unfortunate, but it feels to me that they don't have enough venom in their attack, which is incredibly unfortunate to see, but it is something that you can create. You can try and be more poisonous into that attacking end and create a little bit more oomph behind all your attacks, because right now it seems like they're a little bit flat-footed and trying to wait it out, have a look at what the current standings are on the defensive end, and then you're already too late. Rocket League is a game of instinct, and right now they don't have the killer instinct, but Holy Cross White, they could create a right off of kickoff again. Unfortunately, they miss out.
I believe in them to do so, though. I'd have to agree with you. If they can find that instinct real quick, the ignition here to just get this entire coal train a-chugging, believe in them to do so here in game 3, but they've got to do it the entire time here, as we've got almost 5 minutes on the clock, and so far we've been going back and forth. This is an open net, though, or not quite. X-Fort Pro just barely able to get back to this one, but it does look like Avernia are getting, I'm not going to say too comfortable with the ball, but they're making very wide rotations right now. I think that they're trying to play with not too much of an aggressive offense, but if they are going to play this sort of open with rotations, holy cross, this is the time to start putting shots on target.
They're putting a lot of faith in Avernia or in a specific player as well on the side of Avernia. Well, that player is coming up right here. Valens, he has been the star of the pitch right now, but as soon as he's not in defense, that could make awkward troubles for Avernia, but they managed to squander in, squash that opposition coming at them. Holy Cross White, they still try and set it up, but well, the star-studded striker and star-studded defender is already back in that defensive end. Valens has an attempt at the attacking side of things, and doesn't manage to get anything through. There he goes, though. Up the ceiling he goes, and, well, just the crossbar was scathed.
It's not necessarily the best touch out of moving threes there either. I think he probably should just let that clear go all the way to the other side, because instead it now just goes back into the hand of Avernia as we get into a ping-pong match, just booming clears back and forth. This could be something, though. Qatar not able to make the touch, but where's the follow-up? No one in the center there, and again, Holy Cross White. These are the opportunities we are talking about. Avernia are playing a good rotation, but it is a rather slow rotation. It is very methodical in the way that they are acting, so if you can just be a bit quicker than them, cut them in a single rotation, you can find an opening and punish one of their mistakes. They're not making a lot of them, but in a game of inches, you have to make sure that every single touch counts, and Avernia, they will not. Holy Cross with a great defense.
That was immaculate. Well, moving 3 would be even greater if you now actually get a attack going, but instead moving 3, unfortunately, the touch was backwards. The next 4 doesn't clear his direct opposition. Valens, he will indeed do so. It's all the way back into the Avernia half, and they need to find a pocket of space yet again. X4 is going to try and set it up, but Alloy quickly catch it. Valens dives over the top, and now Alloy could have a phenomenal chance, but moving 3, already moved up too aggressively. Another shot. Valens is on the back end. He will be able to clear it off the line, fish it out of the net, but moving 3 still tries to set it up. Qatar with a miss. X4 very expectant of it, though, yet again, and they go into the center. Nobody there for Holy Cross White.
Oh, you gotta love this, though. This is what we were hoping for out of Holy Cross. They may not be able to get these shots on target, but they are absolutely putting up way more resistance against Avernia than in games previous here. They're making it difficult for them to not only move into an offense, but to sustain that pressure, something that Avernia were doing a really good job at before. And these booming clears, they may not seem like it's a big difference, but they are. This was something we were not seeing out of Holy Cross before, so with just underneath 2 minutes to go, Holy Cross absolutely have a chance to get back into the series with a win here in game number 3. But in order to do so, Hypheria, I think you and I both know the sad reality, which is they need a goal that doesn't come off a kickoff. That could have been the one. The shot goes wide, and Holy Cross again still goes scoreless here in game number 4. Or excuse me, 3. You know what? The games don't matter because Alvernia, they're going right back to the usual. Valence the score.
The aggression here to dive in so incredibly early. There was a player threatening a demo, kind of sectioning him off. But you have to take a little bit of time to actually have a look at the current standings and realize that Valence, he didn't have a comfortable position, but that doesn't matter anymore. What's happened is already in the past, and you need to move past this. Alloy gets into the attack. Holy Cross White, at least they've got nothing to lose. Backs against the wall, and you're going to have to fight your way out, and that might already be done by the hands of Alloy. It's going to be stopped at the goal line.
At this point, it's a good phrase we like to use is when losing by 1 is the same by losing by 5. And at this point, you gotta send the house if you are Holy Cross. Get in your opponent's face, get aggressive. But here's what happens when you get a bit too much. Overcommit at midfield, the next 4, he will strike.
They're always so connected with each other on the side of Alvernia, and well, they seem more hungry, and the hungry wolf will run the furthest. Alvernia, it has been a long stretch for them. 3-0. Very likely, and it's on the horizon already. Now it just needs to be lights out for Holy Cross White, but they still have fight left in them. They're not done just yet. We're going to move into the attack for a potentially one final time here, because as soon as Alvernia close out or score another goal, that might as well be it.
I mean, it might as well be it at this point here. Again, Holy Cross, the only goal that they've been able to score so far throughout the series has come off a kickoff. Aside from that, scoreless in game number 1, scoreless here in game number 3. Unless they can maybe find something here. 30 seconds to go. As much as we're not counting them out of this one, we're going to have to at least start counting because the clock is ticking away rapidly. Maybe they can get a shot right here, right now. This one into the back of the net. It with 22 seconds to go. Alloy has found another life for Holy Cross.
No sense dilly-dallying now. You're going to have to get a move on and get that kick up perfectly in your favor. The manipulation game, you have to be a puppet master to get that ball right where it belongs. 22 seconds. It isn't the greatest issue if you lose it out and they don't get possession directly, but at least they get it into the attack. And Alpha Vernia get a counter with a quick clear down the other end. Valence sticking close to the play, and we will not give up the play at any moment. They're going to turn in for it. Josh Ike having no boost to play with the next 4 taking Alloy to the scrapyard as well. They're going to have to struggle, and Alvernia, they punish it directly and push it onto the ground.
And there it is, Alvernia. They take their 3rd game in a row and sweep Holy Cross to send them packing for their 5th loss on the season here. Holy Cross, they gave a really good effort here, but unfortunately, Alvernia were just a bit too much to handle. Again, kind of goes to show you, game number 1, scoreless. Game number 2, they finally get on the board. It's a 1-goal ball game. Game number 3, they make it a one-goal ball game again. Man, that is a tongue twister there. Yeah, at the end. Make it a 1-goal ball game with only about 30 seconds to go. So, I feel like we say this a lot. It's a sweep that shouldn't have been a sweep here. Holy Cross White really did look incredibly good. I think the one thing that held them back, though, Hypheria, is that offense just needed a little bit more firepower.
And I think that's why we can have a very solid argument as well as to why it should have been a sweep, because that attack really hasn't been there, and that's the main focusing point that they're going to have to try and get a closer look on coming into the next week. Because 1 in 5 right now, the playoffs might already be out of hand, but you still want to improve. You want to keep that defense spick and span. They've just not really managed to do so, unfortunately, but that's the way the cookie does crumble sometimes.
It does indeed. So they'll have to try again in the future here. So we will also look to the future as well. We've got another lineup coming up, or another matchup coming up in just a couple of moments here. It's going to be Limestone University versus Greenville University when we come back. We're sticking here in the Navigators White Division. It is going to be a battle and a half, but like we said, it's a battle for the future. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League Week number 6. Once again, my name is Bash from the past, joined alongside by none other than Hypheria. And Hype, we are here on our 4th game of the day. Yours and I, our 2nd game, of the day here. This is going to be Limestone Esports, Limestone University versus Greenville University, the orange squad, as we drop down into the Navigators White Division. And this is an interesting one. On paper, this is probably Limestone Esports to take. They're 4-1 on the season right now. They've taken 3 wins in a row. Last week, technically a forfeit for a win for them, but still a win nonetheless. But Greenville, they come into this one 1-4. Now, normally you'd say, okay, obviously, one-sided match. Not so much. Greenville Orange, 3 of their last 4 losses were in game number 5. This team on repeat has been so close to getting their 2nd win, just not quite able to do so yet.
And then if you start interlocking those wins against each other or those losses, well, Greenville, they won a 3-0 against the Pioneers, where Limestone, they only won in game number 5. And another one would be Midway University, where Greenville lost in game number 5 and Limestone won in game number 5. So even though this is a 4-1 team up against a 1-4 team, it just seems like the coin has not been flipping in Greenville's favor.
It really hasn't. It's been very close here so far for Greenville, but today they're going to have to try and prove that they can get a little bit further than just close. Can they take that win? We're going to have to find out, but first, let's find out what the rosters are here today. Take a look over at the Limestone Esports side to start us off. It's going to be Tyre Wright, Antone, and Stoney here to start us off, and again, as we always talk about, nice to see the mixture in between upper and lower classmen.
Isn't that also Post Malone's name?
What?
Stoney?
I think that is, yes, I believe that is also one of his albums. You are correct. That is, yeah,
Okay.
I don't know how you managed to pull that reference out. I'm both impressed and disgusted by that.
I
But
feel like
you know
that's
what?
your general vibe within me, so that's very fair. Let's have a look at Greenville's roster as well, see whether we can make some references there as well, and I think we can because, well, the Bassmaster, you're about to get dominated here, mate.
Too many people with Bass here in this league at this point. The good thing is that this time they're pronouncing it right. Bassmaster, not Bassmaster. Well, we'll find out. Maybe they'll tell us afterwards that it is being pronounced incorrectly. But we will find out. It's Smokescreen, Bassmaster, and J-Pro here on the side of GU in Greenville University. But again, this is a trio that really has to step it up here today. This is a large roster on the side of Greenville University. They have 6 potential students here. So these 3 today, they have to represent their university well and try and find them their 2nd win.
Exactly. The 6-man roster, it is always great when 3 people somehow manage to drop out due to unknown circumstances, but it's not necessarily great for that chemistry, and that's something you always have to take into account, and that's also a potential reason what could have established that 1-4 record. You might have some players that are not necessarily meshing so well together, who are then forced to play together because they want to attempt to improve their playstyle. But right now, you have to put your best squad together, the people who mesh the best together, because it's time to win.
That's the unfortunate thing here is that no ifs, ands, or buts are going to be able to save you here today. Your season hasn't necessarily gone in the favor that you so desire, but there is still a chance at playoffs if you can recover right here, right now, before we get to the very end of this one. I believe in them to do so. I know that they can, Hypheria, but now it is up to this squad to try and get this done. Limestone University versus Greenville University. We're about to hop into game number 1 in this best of 5. Like we said, this one on paper should be going to Limestone, but at the same time, Greenville have been too good. We cannot count them out by any stretch of the imagination.
Paper burns way too easily to be reliable of a predictor, so I'm not going to go according to the paper whatsoever. And I'm going to say this actually goes to game numero 5. I am heavily reliant on it and expecting it at the same time. They seem so incredibly close, and it does seem that they whip up and down and left, right, and center. But right now, it is only one way, and that is Limestone versus Greenville. Game has started. 5 minutes on the clock, as usual.
Let's see what they've got here. Game number 1, as we say every single time, is going to be a feeling out period here, especially considering that we have dropped a division, which means we might see a little bit more chaos on the pitch. How about 2 crossbar shots to start us off? Is that enough chaos for you, Hyperia?
You know, I'm a very particular person, as you might know, and I have a very acquired taste, and I usually would prefer if it's 3, but, you know, 2, I guess, will have to do the job. And can they rip it right through the center? Then Greenville, their defense is still holding strong. That crossbar, not needing to get involved, but yet again, there it is, and that is my acquired taste, perfectly satisfied.
Oh, how about the counterattack into not a goal as well? I was going to say, this might be able to give you a little bit more, I don't know, pizzazz? I'm not sure what the word to use at this point here. Unfortunately, we really have devolved into chaos as we are going end to end, but no one finds a shot on target. How about the own goal that is pinched off the bar and out? It's a beautiful save, but it's a save that should have never arrived, as usually game number 1, teams play a little bit reserved. Wait a second before really throwing the house at each other. There was no such hesitation here. Apparently, they've got multiple different properties they can throw at each other.
The collapse of the housing market will be happening yet again, and the collapse of the crossbar surely is going to be happening at some point as well. Stoney racing back in time, and Bass, I've got a challenge for us right here in this series. We can't make a punt about Smokescreen. How about that?
It's not going to happen. I mean, I'd like to try, but unfortunately, well, you know what? I will attempt at least for now, because already there was a really good opportunity right there, but I'm not going to allow myself. And similarly, Greenville will not allow Limestone to find this opening goal. We've seen shots ricochet off the woodwork multiple times here for this Limestone side, but Greenville have been able to just barely keep them away every time. 3 minutes to go here, though, when a breakaway play. Maybe Antone can make me eat my words, not if he gets distracted in the center, bumped and bruised around, and we might just have the opening goal, but not if it's off target again. Greenville, another booming clear, but they cannot put it on net.
There have been too many instances where Limestone are continuously on the attack and Greenville get a lone clear over the top. Surely that's going to be the way the opener goal falls as well. The first blood might just be drawn in that particular regard. But right now, the musty failed. Limestone still have possession, and Greenville, they're being incredibly defensive, sitting back in that goal and waiting for Limestone to make that mistake. With Smokescreen gets it through, but Stoney still incredibly prepared.
We are halfway through this game, and it feels like both teams are starting to settle down a little bit here. We're not necessarily as volatile as before. A good example there is Stoney puts a shot on target, but it is easily turned away by the Greenville defense, who is just waiting on the line for that eventual shot. It does feel like the chaos has at least dissipated a little bit. It's not completely gone from the pitch, but it's just lessened, and maybe that can allow us to find our opening goal here. 3 minutes into this ball game, Greenville starting to build up an offense, but they only send 2 players. They keep one back just in case a breakaway play happens, and to be fair, with the amount of breakaway shots that have just gone booming over center, I don't really blame Greenville for playing this defensive.
Sometimes you gotta take that defensive stance to try and figure out your opponent a little bit more, but Antone taking a defensive stance there will allow him to lose possession, or will cause him to lose possession rather. Stoney taking it along the side, and no congratulations for me right there. The pinch had failed. It's alright, we'll be in the vicinity at least to pick up the pieces, and Tone trying to get it to the back where the touch weak, and Greenville should be able to pick it up.
All right, so let me get this straight. Smokescreen jokes not allowed. Puns about Post Malone songs and stuff, completely viable. Is that what we're rocking with here today, huh?
No, I just fall apart sometimes, and, well, I turn cold. There's no option anymore, and I got to make certain words rhyme, and I have them be connected somehow. Sometimes there might be an innocent pun in between. Is that really such a big deal these days, Bass?
I don't know. I want to try and kind of continue on top of the puns, but you know what? It's okay. The player we're talking about will show up anyway. Stoney to make us end our words and also to open up the scoreline.
It's
No.
Yeah.
Don't make a pun. No.
I don't know. He drove that through like a Bentley, but it wasn't a smooth ride whatsoever. It was very tough. There were a lot of bumps in the road for Limestone, and I'm not too sure what was going on there. As Greenville, their stellar defense has been cracked now, and the seal broken. That could allow for a lot more drops to trickle on through.
I would imagine so. I'd like to hope so as well. I'd like to see Greenville find a quick response here, but instead, they're starting to feel the pressure as more shots come through here from Limestone. 30 seconds to go. It's technically possible for them to break out, but they need to do something spectacular. Doesn't really look like they're going to even be able to break out quite yet. Sent back to the corner. Stoney going to beat out the player there. This is an open net. Is anyone there? Eventually, Tyrai will be there, but somehow Bassmaster will make the save. 10 seconds to go, and Greenville find one last chance at an offense. Can they get out of their half? No such luck. This goes to the corner, and Limestone will barely take game number 1.
Greenville, unfortunately, come up with zilch in this match, and it's due to that defensive performance. Sure, it works great to try and fend off the opposition time and time again, but it's looking rather morose for them right now. They're not breaking out properly. They're not breaking out efficiently enough, and you really need to have that efficiency if you're going to be adapting in such a play style where you're more defensive, because you need to take every single chance that you get.
That's the big thing here is that you really cannot squander chances here. When we're starting to see that the defense is getting more prepared, when they're being able to turn away these shots without as much, I would say, fatigue in their defense, where you don't necessarily see the booms get lackluster over time, I'm starting to think that maybe we're going to need to see the offense get a little bit more explosive and maybe also just be a bit quicker to the ball. We've seen a lot of these boomers that go on target. Someone makes a save, but there's no follow-up touch from a player, or by the time the follow-up arrives, someone from defense is prepared. And I say that on both sides. For both Greenville and for Limestone here, it feels like they had opportunities that went awry. So let's see. Can one of the teams be a little bit more opportunistic here in game number 2, or are we going to see another low-scoring affair? I will say, I do like that this has been a close series so far. Hey, Feria, this is what we were hoping for.
Absolutely. It's crucial to me that we have at least that close fight, but it's oddly resemblant of that last series as well, which doesn't necessarily spell greatness for Greenville, since Limestone, they're the more attacking side, and if Greenville can't find that efficiency, can't find that proper breakaway, because they do have a player sitting in net the entire time, which works wonders for your defensive end, but is a massive chance decreaser for those offensive opportunities. But we are into game number 2 right now, 20 seconds in. This Limestone already taking the brunt part of the possession here.
And it's not necessarily too surprising. Again, Limestone, game number 1, they were very quick to the punch here as they were just whipping it around the pitch at Mach 7 speeds. This time, a little bit more methodical. They still do have the offensive pressure, but they're not necessarily rushing to the ball too aggressively. Part of it might be the fact that Tyrai was not really prepared out of midfield there, so they will give up a lot of offensive pressure. But again, no second player for Greenville there. A booming clear goes from corner to corner, and rather than sending a second player to try and keep that offensive pressure up, it will have to happen out at midfield. Uh-oh. And a little bit of chaos happens out of midfield as well. Stoney going to take advantage. Fakes out one and finds an open net, and Limestone back to their scoring ways.
Ooh, you look a smidge silly there, mate. I'm sorry. Stoney just faking you into the heavens, and unfortunately carries that one home as well, puts a stamp on it and marks it in favor of Limestone. That is 1 up on the tally right now, and that's already spells trouble for Greenville. A very lackluster offensive performance from them thus far, and it takes a massive turnabout right now, full 180 on their performance, and they're going to have to turn into that enigma, that unknown force here.
Oh, they're going to also have to try and slow down the scoring as Limestone go the other way. This is a beautiful touch up top. Who is this? Stoney just beats out 2 players and just dimes it up for Tyrai. Second goal in favor of Greenville, or of Limestone here, and Hyperia, I think the team has finally come to life on offense.
That particular play exemplifies why Greenville's strategy needs some changes, because they double commit once, a mere one time, and they're already behind massively in Limestone. They're all over it. So the Greenville, they need to communicate and break out of that defensive end, but Stoney is already lurking in that corner pocket yet again, trying to make it awkward for J Pros, who's still driving backwards. He finally manages to turn his car around and gets into the Limestone corner, gets them shortly thereafter. Stoney with a good flick into the attack, and oh my word, Tyrai might just be able to make his opponent a mere object in the mirror as well, but he gets faked out.
I will say, though, Limestone really coming to life on offense. Like we said, this is what was the issue for Greenville, is that they let the floodgates open, and now they have no idea how to close them shut. They're still getting these boomers out to midfield. They are relieving pressure, but when it comes time for a clean transition, it feels like they're still kind of stumbling over each other as they try and figure out who in the rotation should be the one diving at these balls. Speaking of diving at the ball, where's the follow-up touch? Smokescreen can't quite get to that one, and Greenville, once again, will let an opportunity go awry here. And Antone, he will not on the other end, or maybe he will.
That's it.
Just
That's
barely off, and that's a cross-court counter for Greenville.
Well, that's the way to do it. That is exactly what they need to do throughout this match. The counterattack, force an overcommit on the side of Limestone and move through. It's as simple as that, but, well, it's a little easier said than done. Now you're actually going to have to move it into a proper work as well and hope that Limestone, they don't throw a wrench in there. But J-Pro right now moving into the attack already, unfortunately, gets stopped and the ball off to the backboard. Stoney finding himself a wide open net.
Okay, Stoney. All right, so they decided, listen, you guys want to try and make it so that this is a competition of stunting? How about I do it on the other end here? Flicks it into the back of the net at mock speeds as Bass just barely tries to get back, but he will not do so. 3-1 in favor of Limestone here, and now we're starting to see what I believe is the real potential out of both teams. If Greenville can be just a little bit quicker to the ball when it comes to these follow-up shots, I think we're going to have a real series on our hand, my friend.
Well, they still need 2 goals in this particular game. The ball off to the backboard. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and Antone tries to eat it up right away. The goalmouth won't have any of it, just a smidge off to the right. Tyrai 6 close to the play, but J-Pro only managed to get it past, well, not even further than the midfield line, and they're already under attack. They're about to get eviscerated. The ball is double tap, but it's yet again slightly off to the right. That's a BM moving into the attack, and already Limestone are back. Their defensive rotation, they know exactly how they would lose this match on the side of Limestone, and they're preventing it.
That's the big thing right now, is it feels like Limestone are just trying to make sure that they do not overexpose themselves and give Greenville yet another cross-court shot that lands in the back of the net and makes this a single-goal ball game. Because with 90 seconds to go, if Greenville can find that single one, they can find themselves an ignition that starts this engine and revs them into a tied ball game and potentially an overtime. To be honest, they kind of need that as well, High Fury. If they do not win this game, that'll have to be a reverse sweep against Limestone if they want to try and take this. So they've got about 70 seconds to do so. They've got an offense building here, but can they find a shot? Smokescreen to put it to the corner, but where is that follow-up? It will not be found. And as Antone clears out to midfield, he finds, oh my word, I was going to say a little bit of relief or pressure, but a pinch might just take that relief away for at least a second.
Stoney, lucrative 50, but it will be picked up shortly thereafter by Smokescreen. Off to the back where they set their sails, and Antone going to the ceiling. It's a risky play, but it works out for him. Make sure that he has the consistency on it. Greenville now back on that defensive end. Stoney is going to go for an aerial play yet again off the ceiling, and Limestone, this is so much time off the clock. The ball trickles all the way down deep into the Limestone half, but they were able to pick it right back up. And Greenville, they have yet to be able to set up a proper attack here, and they're already under intense scrutiny in their defensive end.
They're trying their best to hold on here, but again, that's not what they need to do right now. They need to break out of their half. We talk about kitchen sink mentality. Now is the time to show that more than ever. Losing by 2 goals, losing by 5, it is a loss nonetheless. And for Greenville right now, they need to prevent it, but they cannot. A 4th goal goes in, and the curtains will lower as game number 2 goes to Limestone.
Do you reckon if you say to anybody random on the street, have you got the kitchen sink mentality, that they know what you're talking about?
I mean, yes, they know what I'm talking about. They've probably never heard someone call it the kitchen sink mentality unless they exist within esports or competitive sports in some sort of fashion. Because, I don't know. For some reason, I feel like even when I was at my hardest, doing homework in high school, really struggling to try and keep up with it all, it was never like kitchen sink mentality, kitchen sink mentality.
Yeah, I'm going to say that to people now. Like, hey, bro, you got the kitchen sink mentality, homie.
Greenville, they need that kitchen sink mentality right now, though, my friend. No matter what, we may make fun of it, but the unfortunate reality is that this is where Greenville stand at this moment. They need a reverse sweep against Limestone if they want to take this one. So let's give it a little bit more common of a phrase. That never say die attitude. That they need right now.
And that as well. They need every single chance that they can get. And, well, they need to have their fans rally behind them as well. So make sure you show your support for them because they are in desperate need. Currently 1-4. And I will want to say, just like the previous series, if you go 1-5, that's it. That's your playoff chances basically over. You need to pull something massive out of the bag, but you already need to do that right here, right now. A reverse sweep on a team that's gotten the better of you time and time again. Good luck will be the only words that I can utter.
That's the unfortunate truth here is that we've got nothing but... We've got advice. We got a little bit, but again, it's the same singular thing. It just feels like the team needs to be a little bit more poignant when it comes to their offense. And in addition to that, they just need to be careful because their defense, in the momentary lapses of judgment, where they'll double commit or they maybe will boom the ball a bit aggressively rather than trying to carry it out of their half, it leaves them exposed. In Limestone, they take full advantage. The question is will they do that for a third game in a row? Time to find out. Greenville playing for their lives, and unfortunately, Limestone, they will already plunge the first strike. 1-0, 6 seconds in.
Oof. That's just unfortunate. The bounce that BM was expecting, and they're going to have to start it from a deficit. They're playing the game on hard mode, I guess, but it's not really time to set it to that difficulty for Greenville. They've had a tough time already. At least the kickoff somewhat in their favor. Stoney already on the correct side. The pre-flip landing close to the ball, so able to recover his aerial mechanics. Antone taking a smart avenue as well. Instead of cutting straight through the center, he takes a wide turn and makes it a bit more awkward for the counterattack from Greenville.
It's a little bit awkward, but is it enough to, I was going to say, stifle their momentum? Apparently so. That's a fantastic demo as all of a sudden this... What I was going to say should get off the Limestone half, but the defense looking uncomfortable right now. Booming clear after booming clear, trying to find some sort of connection. A good passing play will finally alleviate that pressure, and Limestone can move to the other half, but for a second there, they did look a little bit exposed. But speaking of exposure, Greenville have to send all 3 players at that ball, so it should not turn into a counterattack. Maybe the demo can make me eat my words, but no such follow-up from Smokescreen. A minute into this one, and it does feel like the pace of play has upped itself pretty significantly, Hyperia, but that could come back to bite Greenville. Barely able to make the save, but it is a scary scenario as they are getting forced into their own half.
Brilliant pop-up by Stoney thereafter as well. And Limestone, they're able to continue their offensive stay. Antone engaging in that 50-50, just winning outright. Maybe even the dish happening as well, but they will be shot by the Butler. Now, that's a BM bringing it down to the other end on the silver platter to his teammate, perhaps, but nobody's there. Nobody's in the vicinity, and they all miss out on a brilliant chance. Now, Stoney has to eke out the defense, gets past one and pops it into the box yet again. Nobody home there as well. And Greenville get away with a decent opportunity here for Limestone. But Stoney, he wants to amend it himself off to the backward, sets his sails, but it will be punctured here by Greenville, and they can't break through for Limestone. Oh my word, this attack is ridiculous. Something's got to give, but not right now for Greenville.
Oh, they wish something had given there for Limestone. They would have loved a little bit of an extra safety net, but they cannot find it. 3 minutes to go here. They'll have to settle for a 1-0, and they will keep it that way, at least for the moment. Greenville gets scarily close to finding themselves an equalizer, but the shot goes barely off target. This one's going end-to-end right now, Hypheria. This is what we were hoping for out of Greenville, but they do need to be careful. It feels like Limestone have had their opportunities, but just haven't struck yet. So as we get down to halftime, they need to make sure they do not concede another goal. They will not right there. Bassmaster to put it out to the side, and we clock down to halfway through game number 3, and Greenville still technically have a chance here.
And that's the crazy part. Even though if you look at the game view and take a step back, have that bird mentality, to just look from above and have the entire game right in front of you, it looks so massively in favor of Limestone, purely due to the offensive pressure in Greenville. They're keeping themselves in by a bit of benevolency of the Rocket League gods, I guess, and a bit of fortunate seeing that defensive end, but also stellar defense. We can't credit everything to a act of God or an act of another power. It is also them stepping up.
That's the big thing is that while Greenville may be making these minor mistakes on the back end to leave these openings, they are very quick to close them and not allow a follow-up touch out of Limestone. The issue is that they now need to start finding those follow-up touches on offense as well. Again, this game, as we mentioned, for all the games previous, they have found themselves good initial shots, good initial pressure. When it comes time to send that second player, they either double commit like that so they don't have anyone available, or they're not there in time. That time they get there in time, but so does the defense. But wait a minute, where's the defense on the follow-up? Limestone get it out to the corner and then decide they don't need to play any more defense.
Well, they've been sent packing. It's as simple as that, breaking through and A brilliant 50-50 right there, forcing it underneath, and Greenville, they've just tied it back up, and this is one of those frustrating scenarios for Limestone because they probably feel like they should be 5-0 up right now. Instead, it's a 1-all tie scenario, and they're going to have to move into the attacking end where they've had such trouble already breaking through up to the backboard, and nobody is there. But that's it's a double tie right, still bangs it through though.
Oh, my man came flying through the sky like a jet airliner, and my, oh my, is it going to help out his team once again, dusting the defense, finding another goal, and putting them back on top. Limestone University are currently a minute away from sweeping Greenville here and taking their fifth series on the season, but they do need to hold on. Greenville have been getting closer and closer to finding these goals, or maybe they'll just demo the defense out of the way, find themselves an extra goal for security, and they will not. Breakaway play here. Bassmaster's got time and space, but neither him nor Smokescreen will find a touch. 50 seconds go here, High Furia, and Greenville, you gotta be careful. Double commits at this point are gonna cost you.
It's a stress-inducing period of the game, and well, you'll be pulling on your heartstrings, but not right now because Anthony put up a safety net and makes life so much more comfortable for Limestone.
They can take a deep sigh of relief as they now can concede a goal, and with the amount of time left, it's possible for Greenville to find a comeback, but the issue is that they need to do it twice in a row, and while their offense has definitely been getting better, is it going to be enough to slow down this Limestone offense that is also coming to life? 30 seconds left here, and Limestone are right back on the prowl, looking for that dagger. Will they plunge it? This one off target. Where's the follow-up? It will not arrive, but to be honest, they don't need a follow-up. 20 seconds to go, and Greenville at this point, it's now or never. You have to get some offense together.
And Limestone, and it's just them continuing hammering away at that defensive position from Greenville. And for Limestone, well, there's no glory in wrestling a starving bear, so they've chose a big bad grizzly bear and they've wrestled it to the ground. Greenville, they will fall, and Limestone, they mark themselves victor. The triumphant parade already starting in the distance.
And there we go. Limestone continue with their streak. I believe that is their 5th win in a row now. And that is not, or no, excuse me, their 4th win in a row. Regardless, at this point, it's a very good record. They are now, I believe, 5-1 on the season. They have had a heck of a run here so far, and it's probably a run that will get them into the playoffs. So congratulations to Limestone on taking yet another victory. And on the side of Greenville here, I appreciate the effort that you give. You gave a great fight here today, but the unfortunate truth is that every little turn, Greenville were just barely unable to edge out their opponents. So, valiant effort, High Furia, but at the end of the day, there can only be one winner, and that is Limestone University.
And they did it very solidly through just dominating the attack and pressure. I don't think there's any way around it. Greenville, while having a solid defense and racking up a lot of saves, that's not actually going to get you anywhere. You really need to step up in that offensive end as well. And unfortunately, they were shut out time and time again. Just a brilliant game and brilliant series done by Limestone.
A fantastic series, and it's the 2nd series you and I have covered, but the 4th one on the day. The crazy thing is I believe that we've got at least 3 more here, so don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick little break, but when we come back, match number 5 from the day, it is going to be the University of Montana versus UB Seagull as we go all the way up to Champions Division, so you're not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League week number 6. Once again, my name is Bass in the Past, joined alongside by none other than Hypheria. And Hype, we are back again, my friend, and we go to the very tippy top of the mountain here as we get to the Champion Cyan Division, and it is Montana versus UBC Gold. We have got a matchup and a half on our hands, my friend.
Well, we certainly do. We've been talking about records about those kind of matchups the entire night. So evidently, we're going to bring it up again in Montana. They're currently residing at 2-2, where UBC Gold are 3-2. A little bit of a favor on that way. But let's have a look at Montana's roster up first. See who they're going to be rocking with today, because I certainly hope that it's their main lineup. It's High Crew, AZ, and Heads who they're going to be rocking today.
Oh, this is a great lineup, and it's a very storied lineup as well. Montana, one of the first teams here in the NECC, and since they got here, they've pretty much been in the top division the entire time, and it's been with this lineup. High Crew, Heads, and AZ have been around, have been in this iteration before. I believe they went with one of the three of these guys as a sub last season, but now they come here with this trio, with this three, ready to go, and like we said, a storied trio at that. Senior year here for Heads and High Crew, meaning this is their last semester playing in NECC, playing in Collegiate Rocket League in general. So they've got a lot to prove here today. But on the other side for UBC Gold, they've got a lot to prove as well. Their trio here today are going to be Ski, Frodo, and Fervent, which another storied lineup here is Ski going into their senior year, but a little bit more time for these guys to develop than on the other side.
Especially with Frodo and Fervent still so young, being able to maybe get another ringer in, because there have been a lot of collegiate signings these days, and especially if you're already closing in on the top, you want to maintain that position. You have a certain prestige to uphold. But so we've talked about the records and what they're currently standing at. We haven't really cross-referenced the matchups just yet, and that does make it very interesting. UBC Gold, they've won 3-0 against Alabama Crimson, won in Game 5 against Purdue, where Montana, they lost in 4 games against Purdue and got swept by Alabama Crimson. So in that regard, there should be, on paper, a favorite in this matchup.
They should be, but again, it is very close, especially considering the fact that Montana don't have the result against the Ottawa Braves yet. They had to reschedule that one. Meanwhile, on the other side, UBC taking a 2-3 loss against them. It is kind of hard for us to try and really judge these teams, especially considering it's been a long season so far. We're here in week number 6. It's been over a month since either one of these squads started their season. So let's see, can they start off the game right, though? Guess game number 1 here in this best of 5. This is going to be a back and forth of legendary proportions. Hype. Well, let's see who comes out on top.
That's back and forth with Montana. They at least will land the first blow. And UBC, they managed to maintain upright. And seems like the map is having a lot of inklings to change into the new map as well and trying to turn animated. Sometimes it has existential troubles, just like we humans do.
That happens on occasion here. Rocket League is not a perfect video game, and the defense of Montana is not perfect either here. Own goal to start us off, and, I mean, listen, it's a beautiful own goal. It's an own goal, though.
Yeah, a great dish in from AZ, and, well, they're able to at least get a lead on the side of UBC Gold, and coming into this, I do think it's important for them to start off right. Montana, it's unfortunate we're going to have to keep on moving, keep on trucking through, and that's exactly what they do as they move into the attack. Frodo, he fishes it out with the volcano.
Just barely able to do so here, and 40 seconds into this one, we're going end-to-end with just barely being able to make a save each time. UBC are holding on to their lead, but it is a very narrow lead at that, and Montana are looking to equalize with every single touch. Finally, Frodo will bring this one out to midfield and on to the other half, but it only stays there for about a second. Montana throw it right back into this half yet again, and UBC continue to have to play defense. Double commit there could have left them a bit exposed, but not quite yet. Although this one, it could be something. Into the back of the net it goes, and yet another one in favor here of Montana.
That is a brilliant equalizer. Montana do seem like they have more thought-out goals than UBC do right now. Albeit only one, there's a lot that we can derive from that position, but then they slack on defense, and Fervent, well, he's not going to let that ferment, and he's going to take that opportunity.
And back in favor of UBC, it goes. Fervent and Ski, a duo we're going to have to be very careful of here today, as they have both already gotten involved, and I don't believe this will be the last time 3:41 left on the clock. Plenty of time for Montana to get a response here, but also plenty of time for UBC to possibly tack on a couple more goals. This one feels volatile. Again, it's game number 1. Not necessarily too surprising, but we really are going end to end, and there's no sign of stopping in sight.
Montana, they can't dwell in the past. They already have to forget about those goals, but they might have to face another one here. UBC, they're going down the wrong end? Or... no, that was... okay, Heads' orange card threw me off massively, but that's just a good goal.
My man's got some sort of custom decal on. I don't know how on earth he managed to walk into this one with an orange and red car. But, hey, listen, decal's a decal. Goal's a goal. Montana may trick us, but they can't trick the scoreboard here. 3:20 left, a 2-2 ball game. Plenty of time for either one of these teams to find themselves a little bit of a solid lead because, like we keep saying, this is very volatile. Neither one of these teams has been able to solidify themselves as the victors here yet. Heads will get back to that one, but I don't know how that even arrived in the first place. What on earth?
This entire game, this entire series has been chaotic, has been frivolous, and, well, they will be breaking through. Montana, they charge ahead in the lead, but in an odd way yet again.
Back and forth and back and forth. The pendulum continues to swing here as AZ and Heads combine to find themselves their goal in favor. And, I mean, 3 minutes to go. I'm still feeling like we're not quite out of the volatility, if you will, yet. Maybe we can see a little bit of normalcy here, but I'm also realizing Frodo also happens to have a mismatched car. They're in a blue car on the orange side. This will forever be confusing. Thank you very much, players. I appreciate you making our job all that much easier.
And Ski even has a similar car to Heads as well. Okay, I guess Heads is in the Octane. It's not that difficult, but Fervent actually preventing his teammate, but it will still almost be on target. Off the woodwork it goes and it bounces outward. But Fervent, surely you leave that one to your team, and yet again he misses out on a perfect opportunity. AZ going down the coast with a 0 boost, and with these gas prices, I don't blame him.
Can't really blame him right now here, but the unfortunate reality is that you need a little bit more in your tank to really solidify yourself the lead or to even get the lead back in your favor. UBC have had it twice in this game, and they've had opportunities to tie us up and possibly continue with their momentum, but unfortunately have just been a bit off the mark. 2 minutes to go here. Montana still do have their lead, but they are hanging on by a thread as Fervent sends this one right back into the corner again. Double touch, not going to go anywhere here, but Ski, he can come through and try and assist his teammate and at least keep it on the half. Pops at center, Fervent there, can't quite read it, so AZ will pop that one out. But again, continuing to meet resistance out at midfield here as UBC do not let Montana out of their half. High Crew will get a good flick and finally relieve that pressure, but Montana need to be careful with 100 seconds left and UBC starting to turn up the heat on their offense. A single goal could send us to an overtime.
And would not surprise me at this point, and it wouldn't surprise me if it was an own goal as well. But right now, Montana, they want to get that safety net up and running. It won't be able to catch them just yet as High Crew does catch the ball in midfield. Flipper set in the bag as well, and he's going to break through the UBC defense. Rips it apart.
That's a heck of a way to put your stamp here on game number 1. We say it a lot. This one truly is set in stone after that one. My man brought out the chisel. He brought out a sledgehammer and still is making works of art. I don't know how he does it, but with about 80 seconds to go here, UBC, they technically have a chance, but they have struggled so hard to penetrate this Montana defense with some consistency. There it could have been so, but just barely stopped on the backboard. And UBC, they'll keep the pressure in the half, but they've got to find some more lethal strikes.
That's a good tap out of Frodo, but it's just wide, and well, that smidge wide is not going to help them along their merry path. AZ with a clear away as well. Montana, their defensive rotation seems impeccable. There's no way to be breaking through for UBC if they keep on continuing placing the shots like they are. It's just not good enough, and sometimes that's the reality you have to face. Meanwhile, Montana's making fireworks on the side of UBC goal, demoing everybody.
They're continuing to be physical. They're continuing to be annoying here. And I say that in a very positive way. It may seem dumb, but the reality is that it's not going to be enough. I was going to say that they should be able to get in their face of their opponents and be prepared for this, but no one prepared here. A booming clear. The High Crew goes straight to Ski, and all of a sudden we're within 1.
That is the gap close. UBC, they're right on track as well. They're perfectly 33 seconds is enough time to bring this back to a tie scenario, but AZ can't be arriving late to a ball like that. UBC goal, they have had a lot of pressure, but this is going to go into the wide open space. High Crew nicely weaves around the demo, and now he actually needs to bop that into the back of the net as well. Good demo to at least relieve some pressure on the counter-attack, and the transition is going to be utterly slow for UBC.
Oh my word, we're seeing the volatility still be a factor here in this game, but we're also seeing heads put his mark. 5-3, lower the curtains, pour on the gravy, bring in many analogies as you want. You're not stopping heads.
I would like to pour on the gravy. I'm a big fan.
Gravy's delicious.
Honestly, makes any potato dish taste good.
Facts. Huge facts. However, the only facts that we're really caring about here in game number 1 is Montana taking game number 1 at that.
I was gonna say that this will leave a foul taste in their mouth. You know, some food related. I guess I'm just better at that. I'm just fat. Well, yeah, that's been a fat dub as well.
Hey man, listen, you're 6'3". I bet you can eat as much food as you see necessary, and it couldn't put on a pound. But you know what does put on a pound here? UBC not being able to find themselves the goals necessary here. Montana, they've taken the first gash out of their opponents. They have shown themselves as the stronger of the two, but it doesn't feel like they're the stronger of the two through sheer outplaying their opponents. There was way too much volatility, and while I would say the back half of the game seemed a lot more in favor of Montana and a lot more in their control, first 6 goals or so, that's just kind of up to the Rocket League gods and who decides to maybe throw it into the right place at the right time. So UBC goal, hopefully you guys have found yourselves a little bit extra luck, karma on your side, a rabbit's foot in your pocket, or maybe something else, because you need the win here in game number 2 to not have to reverse sweep Montana. And Fairy, I don't think we can overstate. Reverse sweeping Montana, not an easy task.
UBC, they're coming into this as the favorite on paper as well. Montana, they've scrunched the paper up, thrown it out the window already, proven a point in game number 1. But UBC, they want to prove themselves as well in game number 2. They're pushing onto the attack, still not breaking through. And this is getting ridiculous right now. The UBC Gold defense, or attack rather, their confidence must be sinking in their boots because they just don't find a way through.
They're trying their best, but unfortunately, every single shot is getting turned away by this Montana defense. They're doing a great job at just staying prepared for what they're seeing right now, and I think that's a big difference, is that when they're able to just see these shots, not get too nervous, and just be able to march down the other half of the field with complete confidence, it really allows you to maneuver around this pitch just a lot more easily overall. So for UBC right now, they need to find that same confidence. They need to have passing plays like that! Shot gonna be denied. Ski will make the save, but there's the difference. Montana, they catch their opponents by surprise, while UBC, it's the same usual playbook, and apparently Montana has studied it.
And they've got a downloader already, open source on the website. Heads that defensive end, stepping up to the plate like he needs to. UBC Gold, it's been very standard out of them indeed, and they need to be inventive with it, because Montana, they've got a solid defensive rotation already, and they need to be thrown off kilter to be able to break through for the side of UBC, and this might just do it. A long clear over the top, easy, awkward. Ski could facilitate a pass off to the center, goes for his own success. It is Fervent with a push through.
All right, Fervent, props to you. This is a body of a shot, but I'm a bit confused how it arrived in the first place. That shot goes off, but AZ just a little bit too slow. Maybe he was expecting not as quick of a follow-up necessary, but it was. And here we are, 1-0 in favor of UBC Gold as we get down to just about 3 minutes to play. Montana looking not lackluster, Hyperia, but it definitely doesn't feel like they're diving at the ball as aggressively. And while it worked out in the first game, maybe they're scared it's going to come back to bite them here in game number 2.
It does seem to me that UBC also stepped it up a notch. They added another gear here, and oh my word, if that would have been at the perfect time to prove my point, but case and point still remains to be proven. Ski. Oh, mate. Oh, this is detrimental, mate.
I mean, it hurts. It's also a really, really well done play out of heads. He's chasing everybody off the backboard. There's almost nobody who can get a play there, and although he doesn't necessarily get the assist, he might as well have been given it. Montana, quick response, and before we get to halftime, they're already back tied up.
It's not even a response from Montana. It's literally UBC choking on their words and unfortunately not uttering a single one on that defensive end. And it's unfortunate. It happens. You have to move on. It's unfortunate, but this might just propel them into that vehement position of we need to not look like chumps. We have to pull through and we need to win, because otherwise that own goal, that's going to make the difference. I don't want that to be the case.
Yeah, you don't really want that ever. Own goals are never going to really help out a squad, but it's not a bad idea here as, speaking of own goals, No one's gonna take it. Fervent finally should have a shot, but Heads comes through and makes the save. UBC, another chance to find themselves the goal here, but they just can't seem to get it into the back of the net. Montana, they gotta be thankful right now. I don't know what Rocket League gods are on their side, but they truly are in their favor.
Well, they found the silkiest and strongest thread here because they're hanging on by it on the side of Montana. And that's only in their defensive end. And they're attacking and they look perfectly fine. They look very well oiled. In their defense, they just roll the dice time and time again. And it comes up all six. There's no snake eyes there. And well, UBC, they need to wriggle their way through and trying to have some venom in their shots as well. Because right now, yes, Montana is getting relatively fortunate. But it's also that UBC could be doing a better job at actually shooting.
Oh, 100%. That's the big thing right now, is it feels like that UBC, they should just be a little bit more lethal with some of their shots. And while they are getting decent shots, it's one thing to have a decent shot. It's another thing to have a shot that catches the defense off guard. Speaking of catching the defense off guard, a whiff here is going to leave UBC exposed, but a whiff in the corner is going to leave Montana exposed. They're just faking. Both teams, tactical fakes here, just to throw in a little bit of spice as we get into our last minute. And speaking of spice here, UBC Gold have an opportunity, but Frodo cannot get to it. That was nearly a wide open net, Hypheria. UBC are going to want that one back, and same with a follow-up as Fervent misses in the corner.
At least Ski's managed to seal the boost, and he might just be able to extend his offensive stay, but Fervent actually takes over. Ski does add on to the rotation. Frodo up for it, but then Haikyuu bumped out of the way, but that's another miss for UBC Gold. A brilliant pass gone awry, and that's unfortunate for UBC. While Montana, they move down the other end. A simple shot's going to be stopped by Fervent. He takes it to the skies, that aerial space. He will very much look for that high altitude, but it will be stopped as well on the defensive end by UBC.
Oh, but wait a minute, speaking of stopped! Okay, thank you, AZ, for not making me break my monitor. Heads puts it off target, but AZ will secure the lead for Montana.
The blue car yet again threw me off, mate. I'll be dead honest. I was like, they're going to arrive too late. Something silly is going to happen. I don't trust this anymore. But UBC Gold, they've now got 13 seconds to step up to the plate and not have it be broken in their face. They've had plenty of opportunities. Well, it's looked like Montana might just go into match point already, off into the center. UBC, this is their final attempt. They have to keep it up. Fervent will be able to change the direction of the car all the way down to the right flank. Frodo pops it back into the center. Shot coming through by Haikyuu. He read that from a mile away.
Well done to Haikyuu. He recognizes that one's going center, and he has to be prepared. And indeed, Montana were ready for everything that UBC threw at them in game number 2. As a result, they move into game number 3 in a 2-0 favor here. We said this before. This is supposed to be a back-and-forth series, and while these games have been close, I still have to say, Montana definitely look like the favorites here going into game number 3.
The favorites, but a reverse sweep because all the games have been so incredibly close, and because UBC technically was the favorite heading into this match, the reverse sweep is certainly still alive. It's somewhere off into the corner, slowly growing legs, and well, they need to actually show that they can start growing it up and start evolving that play and making sure that it is actually something that's possible. As we're into a surprise.
We're into a surprise, and we're into one that happened rather quickly here. This is game number 3. We are not looking back at the previous game. We just hopped in only 5 seconds late, and that's already enough that UBC will find a goal. Montana gonna have to play from behind here, but for UBC, this is everything they could hope for, Hypheria.
That's brilliant for them. Montana, they have had a strong defense. Well, as soon as it's torn apart, this is where UBC could start growing that confidence, slowly but surely getting it up. And that's exactly what they need to facilitate themselves with a comeback. And wow, Ski, what a read out of him. Is that going to be enough to actually maintain the defensive spick and span? It looks to be the case, but actually no good 50 underneath AZ. Oh my word, again. He prays to the gods and they answer.
All right, well, apparently this is how this one's going right now. Rocket League has decided that only one team is allowed to be efficient on offense per game. This game, it's going to be UBC as Montana find themselves some openings, but cannot strike. Maybe they'll do it on the follow-up here. Haikyuu sends it to the ceiling. Fervent is from front of the net, but all they do is drop it down to AZ. 50-50 will send this one back out to midfield where Heads is waiting, but a minute passed in Montana. Apparently that first goal they gave up has set off a fire underneath them, Hypheria, because they are running into this UBC half.
Montana On the back end for now. Good positioning there by Easy, but the ball way too far into the UBC half. Like Ski, that's right through the center. You have to clear that out to the side normally, mate. Heads able to catch it, never mind, and unable to catch it. I apologize for that. I was expecting some consistent plays, but I guess I'm just wrong for that. And Ski, he's not going to get to that. He reached all the way, but Haiku put it way too far up.
Yeah, this was about inevitable. We saw this so much pressure coming out of that Montana side that something had to give at some moment for UBC. They're very much still in this one, but 3.5 minutes to go. It feels like UBC no longer are in control of this third ball game like they needed to do so, and I really do think that it was a necessary thing. UBC have got to find themselves a little bit more control over this pitch. It feels like they are booming the ball into open space, hoping they can facilitate some sort of offense, and then it just gets taken away by Montana. So 3 minutes to go here. Again, double commits like that are what have me scared. UBC, you cannot afford these little misses. It will cost you, and it could cost you the series as a whole.
Good clear away by Heads, but nobody there to actually carry it away further, and that allows Frodo to bang it back in. Easy in the corner. Gets it off to the center, and a double commit from UBC. That could send them into a tizzy, and well, keyword could, because Haiku, the short is weak, and they manage to recover and get back in time, set up an attack, but yet again, they go in tandem. Fervent gets the boost, flicks it over the top of one, but the Haiku still standing his ground in defensive end. UBC, they don't manage to break through just yet, but it's only just about to cross halftime.
Just barely getting to halftime here in what feels like a ball game that has lasted a millennium here. As it's insane how long this one has gone. And it's crazy that we continue to also see what is more and more development out of these offenses here. We're in game number 3. You're expecting the offenses to be pretty cut and dry, understanding their approaches. But yet every time UBC move into this final third, it is just absolute chaos on the pitch. Maybe they can find something here as a double commit out at midfield is going to leave Montana a bit exposed. They've got Frodo on the ceiling, but they do not have a connection. Would have been a fantastic way for UBC to take the lead, but as we get down to 2 minutes remaining, they are still looking for their first lead here. That lasts more than a couple seconds.
Surely.
They can't even find the lead.
How did that not go in? UBC, the first one, incredibly fair. It was an awkward shot sent Montana into disarray, but the second one, surely that should have found its way in, wriggled itself into the back of the net. Well, the goal mouth stays clear for now, and I don't have to get anything to clear that up. Montana into the attack, and a demo could be happening. Ski manages to avoid it, preserve his life, and actually going all the way down the line. Haiku finally there to stop it, pass off to the box. It's awkward, and it's closed by, so Ski can't close the gap in time. AZ also missing out on the redirect.
And trying their best here, though, and with only about 70 seconds remaining, you can understand why you're seeing some of these more dramatic dives. Both sides want to try and take the lead. Going into the end of regulation, they do not want to see overtime, and for Montana, they really would rather just clean this one up right here, right now, and end the series as a whole, because they're recognizing UBC are getting stronger, they're getting more in their face, and they're potentially becoming a threat that could actually reverse sweep them. But I say could with a very, very capital C, because UBC, they still have yet to find that offensive efficiency. Their only goal this game was from a kickoff, and we didn't even get to see it. This time, we get to see everything as Montana, with 40 seconds to go, march back into the UBC half, but find no success.
Kind of feels to me like UBC might just be faking themselves out more than they are on the side of Montana, and well, just go back to that standard plays Montana are doing right here. Haiku pushing forward, but not punching his tickets to victory just yet. As one goal that's going to make the difference here. Fervent gets through. That's got a brilliant flick, not top pins though, and that's still not good enough. As Montana, they look for the counter-attack in transition. They're quick, they're rapid, they're lethal. Not in this instance. They're trying to amend it, but we are in a cloud of smoke. As we come out, it is UBC to take control of the ball and carry it all the way down the pitch, and we have overtime on game number 3.
This is a big one. Like we said, UBC, they're currently down 0-2 on the series, and if they want to try and survive, they have to win this. And Montana, they'd like to win it as well. They do not want to let UBC get momentum and start that reverse sweep. They want to close the doors while they've got the keys and do not allow UBC to make some copies. For right now, they just want to try and keep this offensive pressure up. 20 seconds in overtime. AZ had a chance there as they find Ski awkward on the line, but cannot get to the ball in time. A huge opportunity for Montana, but they cannot strike.
This is incredibly awkward at times. Haiku having a ton of space in midfield, and this is what he does with it. Huh? Is this still the game? I'm seeing packet loss and latency variation, but it will be the game as UBC, they finish it all fair.
I'm gonna think we just saw a lag out. I'll be honest. We go to game number 4. It's probably not in the fashion that UBC were looking for, as you can even see it in chat. There was a quick pause and then an thrown out, as I'm gonna almost guarantee the server died for a second and UBC capitalized.
Ugh. Yeah, that seems very odd to go for the 180 reverse flick and then pause. No, I'm actually not going to go for it anymore. And oh, wait, I also don't have a backup plan. Just kidding. I'm just throwing this ball away, and then we're going to concede on the counter. An unfortunate moment, but this is, I guess, why you're up to. You got to make it a little bit of a game for the fans, eh?
That's the thing. At this point, it'd be too easy for them to take the sweep there. Now, they got to get it done in 4. They got to make it, a little bit more interesting here, and I believe in them to do so here. I know that Montana can still close out the series, but similar for UBC Gold, I know it wasn't the way you guys were anticipating or maybe hoping to get to game number 4, but you've got it. You got game number 4. So now, time to use it to the best of your advantage and prove that it was worthy of getting here.
Absolutely. And, well, to lose a game like that is pungent, but you have to move on. And I hope that they can leave the past in the past and not dwell on it. Because as soon as you're going to do that and you're going to start to tilt yourself out every single time, that is going to be detrimental to your confidence. And as soon as you make one mistake, you'll probably think back of that one moment, oh, I could have finished it off. We should have finished it off already. And, well, you already see it in the top left, don't start, and they did.
I'm thinking we're going to probably need to remake a lobby real quick here, which is all right. We haven't done that yet here tonight, at least not for you and I on the cast. So if it's the first time we got to go through that, we're going to go through that here. But it gives us a little bit more time to theorize because, Hive, like we said, it's not necessarily the way that UBC wanted to get to game number 4, but I still do feel like this will give them some momentum. Is it going to be as overwhelming as a momentum as, if they really took that overtime by storm? Maybe not, but momentum is momentum. For UBC right now, that's a good thing going here into the back half of the series.
Yeah, exactly. And they might just go for a little car switch as well. That's always a brilliant option. So that is something to bring up morale as well. So to try and go for that would be a brilliant option, but not necessarily one you want to delve into too deeply because it is all a facade in the end. It's not necessarily a guarantee that you're going to start playing better.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing here is that you don't want to get overconfident from a victory like that either, or really just overconfident in general. We've seen a lot of these balls here today go cross-court out of nowhere, and it's due to teams playing too aggressively and leaving themselves exposed, and then boom, your defense just gets made an absolute fool. So, we're going to hope that maybe the teams can settle down a little bit here. We've been talking about volatility all series long. I'd prefer to not see that during games 4 and 5, but right now we got to get into game number 4. Game number 5 is just an enigma, and at this point, it could be one that we find to be true, but don't really know quite yet here. It's up to UBC to turn the series around, get the train back on its track, and get it rolling down here because it's not going to be easy, Hypheria, but with the way that UBC have played and kept this series close, it is possible for them to reverse sweep.
Absolutely, and realistically, they've got options. They've got a brand new whip they can hop in as well, and they could also try to pass the ball like Stux, and I feel like Stux in a CRL team is a very good option of how you want to play, because they do it in a very team manner. They work together, they make sure that they move the ball across the pitch, and, well, I'm certain that they are familiar with each other, so try and derive something out of your opponent's play style.
100%. That's the big thing here is being able to adapt, being able to recognize that they are having these opportunities and really using them to the best of their abilities. We talk about it constantly. It's the teams that are able to adapt, the teams that are able to capitalize over those little differences that are usually the ones to win, because Rocket League is not a game where you need to make drastic adaptations. If you overextend, if you overdo anything, it's just gonna leave you really exposed. So it's one of these things where you have to make sure that you're adjusting yourself not too drastically, not too dramatically, just to a degree that it throws your opponents off, catches them off guard, but it doesn't catch you off guard or your teammates. So it's a very, very minuscule difference, but it is an important one, Hype, and I think for the two teams here at this point, especially UBC, please don't make drastic adaptations. Yes, you may not have won that last game in a style that you may have thought, the most viable, but you kept it close the entire time. And if you do something too over the top, it's going to cost you.
And that's certainly a thing, the over-adaptation by certain teams, because as they have not necessarily been shooting well, they decide to change up their entire defense, and they start crumbling because of that adaptation. So it's certainly good advice to take a bit of a breather, have a chat. Of course, have a free and open chat with your team, but don't delve into it too deeply. Sometimes it's just an awkward situation that you don't really know how to deal with. And I'm sure that these players have got plenty of experience in that regard as well, and plenty of experience with each other, because that's usually the main part of a friction causer. If you start giving somebody advice, but they're not necessarily open to it. But I'm sure that they've got that already sorted out, and they know when and where they can give advice.
I'd like to hope that their coach is also the one that's doing this more than anything else. I do appreciate when teams are able to really communicate amongst each other and be able to find some of their differences in between the rounds. But again, that's why we got coaches. It's why we're here in collegiate. It's why you have a really good network around you that allows you to do this type of stuff. So we're going to hopefully have a good network around you and I as well, High Fury. Our guys behind the scenes are trying to make sure that we run through all the technical difficulties and get this game underway as soon as possible. But in the meantime, why don't we just plug a couple of things here and there? Never mind, I was going to say, follow the NECC channel, but how about you follow the game instead? Game number 4 underway, Montana versus UBC.
Oh, my word. I thought you were going to have a personal plug or do some MLN stuff or whatever. Well, AZ is going to multi-level market his way onto the top here as UBC, they falter to AZ's attack.
I don't know if that's necessarily how those work, but good enough. And yes, we're going into game number 4, as High Crew asks in chat. I can understand if there's a little bit of confusion, my friend. We get into the game, and similar to how UBC came out of nowhere with a goal, Montana will do the same in game number 4.
That's how dialed in they are, right? They don't necessarily think about every single game. They just play until somebody who actually is paying attention leaves the lobby, and they think, oh, is that it? Oh, my word, this is going to be a goal. Yes, this is just trickling on in. No, Heads actually didn't accelerate the ball. Oh, no, that is incredibly unfortunate for Montana.
Yeah, this one has been a little bit unfortunate for Montana at multiple moments. It's the reason why we're here in game number 4 at all. The good thing is, though, I think a goal like that can reinstill some confidence in a team that maybe wasn't feeling as confident as the start of this series here. Some good 50-50s here and there are going to leave them with a decent amount of relief of pressure, but Easy, he'd really rather just move into the other end here. About a minute gone, Montana still do have their lead, but UBC are getting scarily close to finding an equalizer. That could have been a little bit more frightening, though, had the touch been a bit more exact and Fervent could have found a follow-up. Instead, it goes to the other end. Frodo has to make a save, and Montana right back onto offense.
Well, High Crew, no second tap, and somebody's going on a demo run. Somebody's feeling rampant, and they want to eviscerate anybody. They've cleared a path. They've paved the way all the way down the other end, coast to coast.
Okay, Frodo, this is rude. Come on now. Ski does so much work, and you just steal his goal in front of the net. Listen, man, we're talking about getting cohesion with the team. Don't tilt out your teammates.
I can guarantee you said El Bozo and be done with it. Like, he definitely chatted some grease there. Fair enough.
I don't blame him. Listen, man, if your teammate's slower than you, your teammate's slower than you. I bet you that's all that he's saying right now. He's just like, nah, you're slower, man. That is what, that's your fault. Hopefully, they're not actually chattering back and forth and bickering amongst themselves. Hopefully, that has actually drilled them in here as we get down to 3.5 minutes remaining, and Montana and UBC goal continuing to exchange blows. But that's a double commit on the line, and AZ, he will take full advantage. 2-1 Montana.
I guess they had more breath in their lungs, AZ. Being able to force it through, and a brilliant 50-50 as well there. The ball lodged in between, and it was one of those scenarios, had AZ not actually properly dived out to the side, or is it dove out? Whichever one, English is not my main language. He did it perfectly. That's what I'm trying to get at, and UBC, they will trail by 1 yet again.
They trail by 1 here, but they've been in this position so many times before, so they're going to need to try and find themselves at least a little bit more of a safety net here. Montana, they're a very good team, so if they want to try and secure them the series here in Game 4, they should try and find another goal. They should also try and not concede one. UBC find themselves a decent amount of pressure, but cannot capitalize, and they also do have to be careful. This one goes almost directly in their net, but they were able to barely save it off, and as we get down to halftime, UBC, their offense is looking a lot more efficient, but it's at the cost of their defense. High Crew finds an open net, and Montana will take another.
The caster curse yet again, or, well, is it a caster curse when you say their offense is looking efficient and they concede? I guess not. I guess it's just a simple 3-1 for Montana on that kickoff. It needs to be a belter for UBC. They have to break through and start getting some air under their wings to manage that flight. properly into that comeback position. They have set the first step, but right now they're looking like their legs are about to be swept from underneath.
I believe them, I believe you as well, High Fury. I'd have to agree, but the unfortunate reality here is with half the game remaining, Montana cannot set anything in stone here. Oh, or maybe, no, they cannot! They have the chisel in their hand, and rather than putting in just a little mark to further it, they crack the statue in half, and all of a sudden, UBC find themselves a chance back here in this game. A 50-50 from AZ will restabilize Montana for at least a second, but Montana, you can't let those opportunities go.
They're trying to mend it. They're trying to fight it back and not make themselves look like chump. That's a good shot. That's perfectly bottom corner. iCrew, that is a brilliant shot.
Oh, this looks such a standard shot, but I dare you to go into free play and try this one. Out of 100 times you try, you'll get it maybe once or twice. That is a high-level play at that, and it's a heck of a way for Montana to take the lead. 151 to go here, and UBC, you're going to need a stunt like that if you want a shot at this one.
Probably even more because they've got less time to do so. They don't have anything to play with. Everything needs to be perfect as Frodo gets into the attack, but about to be in a squabble with iCrew, and iCrew, I'd say he won out that 50-50, sending it into the hands of AZ. UBC, it just seems like they've crumbled, losing out on every single 50-50, and Montana, they're looking so incredibly solid, not relieving any pressure and making sure that the ball stays in a secure spot where they don't have a big risk to take.
You can see the nervousness with UBC here. Their touches are so heavy. Every single time that they do get towards the ball, they boom it incredibly aggressively. Could work out for them, though, if they can read this one. But two of them off the woodwork. The first one, I'll allow it. It makes sense. The second one probably should have hit the back of the net. And unfortunately for UBC, probably isn't going to be enough. A minute to go here. They need a miracle, I fear. They need 3 goals in quick succession. Maybe they can find one here. No AZ to turn it away. With 50 seconds left, we're seeing as the closing seconds strip down here. The curtains may arrive, but can UBC find an encore?
The trumpet's blowing in the distance. It is time for victory for Montana. It has been delayed by a tad bit, but it's seemingly getting closer and closer. And at this point, I want to say it's imminent. UBC not getting that goal as well. And also AZ still holding on to that defensive and just being a nuisance. Doesn't want to give any hope and just crushes the rebellion right up in front of your very eyes.
I gotta give credit. AZ, he's my MVP for this game by far. He's made 1 million saves on the line, and it has led Montana to find a victory here in game number 4. It's a bit poetic. Game 4 and they score 4 goals. Better keep it that way. And also don't allow UBC to find one for the road. And they will not. UBC may find one, but they also only find a single game. And Montana will take the series.
Going all the way from A to Z and taking the W with them as well. Montana, they managed to eke out the victory here, 3-1, and in a solid way as well. That game number 3 was a bit of an odd one. It was a bit of a doozy, the way how it ended. A failed 180 flick turned into a counterattack and a detrimental situation. But just in general, that has been very resemblant of the rest of the series. Just pure and utter chaos.
Hey, listen, chaos is nothing that we're ever going to shy away from here. I don't think that we have the official, names of each of the, or what was the word I'm looking for, acronym here for the NECC. So let's just say for now that these C stands for chaos, as I always do whenever there's a C in any sort of name here.
Chaos?
Chaos doubled. It's too much
Never
chaos.
ending chaos.
I like that. Never-ending chaos. 2 times the chaos, because that's the amount that we have here every time that we play. The good thing is, Hypheria, the chaos is not done. That might be the end of our Montana versus UBC series, but not only do you and I have some games to go here, we've got a long night ahead of us, as we are only going in to our 7th match of the night. When we return, folks, it's going to be, I believe, or actually, excuse me, 6th match of the night here. It's going to be SWOSU, Southwestern Oklahoma State University, the Bulldogs versus MSOE, the Milwaukee School of Engineering. So do not go anywhere. We've got multiple series to go here, and you are not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League week number 6. Once again, my name is Bash from the Past, joined alongside by Hypheria and Hype. We are here in the last game of the day for you and I, not for the end of the stream, so make sure you stay tuned after we finish this one up. But for you and I, it is going to be the end here for the duo, as it is the Southwest Oklahoma State University versus MSOE, the Milwaukee School of Engineering. And this is going to be an interesting one here because, again, another one of these ones where, on paper, probably should go to MSOE. They are 4-1, dominating most of the competition here in this division, but you can't count out the Bulldogs either. They're 2-2. They've taken a couple of wins here and there, so maybe today is where they can stand up and really get that big win that pushes them towards playoffs.
I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at the camera very menacingly. I was being very, I was asserting my dominance to the audience. Yeah, sometimes you got to do that. Sometimes you just got to. I refrained myself from growling and hissing, so you should be happy with my achievements here. So we're gonna have to take a look at the achievements from Bulldogs and MSOE as well. What they're gonna be coming out with and who they're gonna be coming out with as well. Let's see who the Bulldogs are gonna be fielding here today.
Let's find out. Let's go take a look at the lineup here and maybe make sure that we don't let Hypheria get back on screen again. It's going to be Baco, Kobe, and Astro Boy here. And this is a nice one. I like this. A little bit of a mix. We've been seeing a lot of, just sort of mostly upperclassmen, mostly lowerclassmen. This nice little in between. 2 sophomores and a junior right in the middle here for everybody.
I tuned out for just a second again, and I heard you say upperclassmen. I was like, how do you know their wealth status? What is going on? Okay, no,
one day you'll figure out American terms for people in college. One day.
Perhaps, if I'm on here long enough. Well, let's give it another try then. MSOE, who are they fielding and what kind of years are they rocking with? As a Laundry spelt wrong, a D-Bomb, and Zader coming in, and a junior, senior, and freshman. That's senior is the oldest one.
Yes, correct. You did get that one correct. And for the folks at home who maybe don't know the way that this goes, freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. And here we have listen, man, I got to make sure that I say it. I got to make sure I pronounce it enough that you can even keep up with this one, Hypheria.
Okay.
And well, we got to keep up with the rest of the night here, as it's going to be the Raiders versus the Bulldogs here in another best of 5. Like we have said many times previous here, this is going to be another good back and forth, but it really is going to be on the underdogs here in the Bulldogs to try and prove so. They are 2-2 on the season, and while I do believe in them to be able to take this one, they really, really have to step up.
Oh, absolutely. They need to show themselves. Well, we already had an underdog story in the previous series, so they should be able to do it again. And here we go. Swoopsu versus MSOE. 5 minutes on the clock as usual. And it's an underdog story. It's a Cinderella story. Now you actually need to add the sparkles to it.
See if they can do so here. It's going to be an interesting one. And just to sort of give people a little bit of reference here, SWOSU, we're going to refer to them as the Bulldogs, their mascot. And for MSOE, they are the Raiders as well. Unfortunately, a little bit of, I'm not going to say convoluted names here today, but they are a mouthful, to put it simply. So let's try and see if we can condense it to something a little bit more simple. And simple play, what we're seeing so far, back and forth, both the teams exchanging blows, but no one overextending themselves quite yet. Astro Boy will send this one to the backboard. Maybe we can see a follow-up touch here for the Bulldog. Shot on target, and Baco, he will open us up.
It's a brilliant shot, posting in perfectly. And it's so good that the game doesn't even want to look at the first half of it, and doesn't even want to show Baco's acceleration into the skies, but perfectly arcing that off the post and in. It's an exquisite shot. That is the Bulldogs are in the lead, but they're looking to clap back on the side of the Raiders. Quickly stopped by Baco. He also proved to be a defensive force to be reckoned with.
He's doing a good job so far here. It feels like both teams are really coming into this one very prepared. Usually game number 1, a feel and out period, but this time they are full guns blazing, continuing to go back and forth as we pass a minute gone here. Maybe we can find a response out of the Raiders, but not quite yet. That touch actually going to go errantly into their own half, and Baco will try and set up his teammate. Kobe just barely taken off target there as the defense just gets the littlest bit in the way. But that's all that's really going to take right now. It's a game of inches as we continue to have this pinball effect with booming clears to either side. Maybe we can see a relief here. No, Baco instead passes out to Zader. Luckily, Astro Boy will back him up, but scary scenarios here on the side of the Bulldogs.
And the Raiders, they're pressing on and hoping that the defense of the Bulldogs just disintegrates, but they're holding steadfast right now. Kobe needs to be afraid of the challenge or the demo, and then it was the former one as the pass off to the center. Good shot by Astro. Still stops, and the Raiders are breaking out rather efficiently. Long distance shot. Kobe returns the favor and sends it right back to the sender as well. Baco into the corner. Needs to find a pocket of space. Found it. D-bomb. Nobody in the box.
I gotta say, I'm a bit surprised right now. Like we said, the Raiders come into this one the heavy favorites with a 4-1 record on the season so far, but they really haven't been able to show that so far here. It's been overwhelming pressure out of the side of the Bulldogs here as they've just continually found shot after shot after shot, and when they are forced into their half, they don't look all too uncomfortable. So, oh boy, 2.5 minutes to go here. Almost a second goal for the Bulldogs as MSOE almost own goal, but just get away by the skin of their teeth. They might find response on the other end, off the post and out, and the Raiders come close to finding an equalizer.
Oh my word, what they've been coming out with, a superb save and almost a monstrous tap off the backboard for the Raiders, but it has all gone awry and it's all gone big, and now they need to try and get it back in their favor. 2 minutes left on the clock, still plenty of time to try and do so, but the Bulldogs, they're not sitting still as well. They're trying to make their advance into the attack, caught by Kobe in the defensive end, all the way off to the center due to a 50-50. Oh my word, this is a problem for the Raiders. Not a good shot coming through, and D-bomb does get away there.
The defense definitely looks prepared on the side of the Raiders. They haven't necessarily been caught off guard by any of the shots being fired against them, but they don't seem to have much of a response. Usually when you play this prepared of a defense, you've got an offense that is ready to go and ready to just get into action, get into gear within the blink of an eye. Instead, it still feels like MSOE are still waking up a little bit, maybe not necessarily playing as aggressive as they should. We talk about over-aggression often, but there's also under-aggression, and I think that's what we're seeing right now, is that as much as the Raiders do have potential to find themselves an equalizer, they're playing passively, not necessarily diving into this too aggressive. So let's see if maybe they can change that up. 70 seconds to go. Zader's going to try to be the one to start up this offense here. Gets it center, but Kobe will get in the way. Andre will put this in the back of the net. I'm sorry, what?
He took him to the cleaners, mate. That's all that I'm seeing. Kobe. If I were you, I wouldn't boo Laundry's shot, man. It was a pretty decent one, to be fair.
Yeah,
I don't know why you're bagging on Laundry.
That's what I'm booing.
Come
Definitely
on. Laundry has
Laundry's
been
shot.
so great the entire way through. You boo him like that. Well, he's trying to prove a point here, trying to prove you wrong entirely. He rotates on the far end of the pitch. That's always my tactic. Just divulge.
Oh, yeah, that's also your tactic to deflect as well, apparently, here. As 50 seconds to go, let's see if either one of the teams can find the proper deflection, put it into the back of the net, and send us into game number 2 without having to go to overtime. I believe in the two sides to do so. Both of them have been getting more and more lethal with their strikes, but who's going to be the one to find that final blow, the knockout punch? Could it be Kobe here? He sets up his teammates, but where's Baco? They don't want to dive on that too aggressively, but all you've done is give time for all of MSOE to get a counterattack started. Kobe will send this one back into their half, but again, look at the time the Bulldogs are giving the Raiders. You've got 20 seconds to go. It's now or never. Forget defense. It's got to be some offense.
It is still tight to that overtime. It's on the horizon. It's on the prowl, but now it is the Raiders on the prowl. They're trying to throw mutiny on the side of the Bulldogs. And a free shot by D-bomb could just facilitate that. There was a touch there. The defense will stand sturdy. And a one-off shot, that's always superfluous. You need to have a barrage of shots. It was weak, but it wouldn't be rolling on target, but it touches the ground first. Then we go to overtime.
Woo, scary overtime at that. It definitely looked like MSOE had a chance to close out that game. Oh, but speaking of close out the game, Baco on the other shot just needed a little bit more power, and maybe he could have gotten past that defense. Like we said so many times previous, the Raiders have been so prepared for every single offense that has been thrown at them. Even when chaos just unveils itself there in the corner, somehow they stand tall and do not crumble underneath the volatility. 30 seconds into overtime, we're still going end to end. Maybe MSOE can make me eat my words. This one high. Where's the follow-up? D-bomb there, and so is his teammate. Double commit, and Raiders probably should have been able to finish it there, but they'll have to play defense instead.
The Raiders, they've been invigorated. At the start, they weren't looking too great in the attacking end, but they found what works for them now. They found their click, and well, D-bomb, he at least found a touch to make it a little bit more awkward for the Bulldog. Baco patiently waiting, forcing out a double commit by the Raiders. Kobe down the left flank, taking a closer inspection. That's a miss, a touch by Kobe, and a misread as well. Still managed to find a touch in the end, but the breakaway from Raiders is imminent afterwards. And we are 1 minute into overtime, and the higher those numbers go up, the more pressure there will be on the players. Astro with a brilliant cutter, but will be shut down by D-Bomb.
Shut down yet again, and that's unfortunately what we're seeing on repeat right now, is as much as the Bulldogs do want to find themselves an opening, every time they get close, someone is in the way. Someone is prepared to shut down yet another offense. They kind of need someone on the Raiders to make a mistake right now. If the Raiders give them an opening, they will be prepared, but they just aren't making those mistakes right now. This could be one. They send 2 players out to midfield, so Kobe by themselves should have a chance to break away, but not if D-Bomb gets in the way yet again. Interference, the name of the game right now, as the Raiders have found themselves so many stops to this offense on the side of the Bulldogs. We're almost 2 minutes into overtime here. This is only game number 1 of this series, Hypera. I have a feeling we're in for the long haul.
Would not surprise me. D-Bomb, he wants to end it right here, right now. Taking it to the skies. Decent first touch, but the follow-up lacking. There will be a teammate in the vicinity to at least close that gap and get a second touch. Baker off to the center, passes it along to Kobe, but it was too far forward, so the opposition will also reach it. Baker, it's all the way into the corner. He can't cut it in field without the Raiders returning already. He decides to take a bigger path, a broader path, and it almost works.
It almost works out, but again, you can just see the hesitation on sending the second man here for the side of the Bulldogs. They do not want to overexpose themselves. Meanwhile, on the other end, the Raiders have no fears when it comes to sending that second player. You can see why. They're bumping everyone into oblivion, causing disruption, causing chaos, and it's making it so difficult for the Bulldogs to find a center of gravity to balance themselves upon. 3 minutes into overtime here. Maybe we can see an end soon. Raiders, if you want to see the end, you got to put on some shots. Eventually someone will dive on the play, but that was a huge opportunity for them.
This defense over the Bulldogs, it is starting to show its cracks. A double commit there to at least relieve some pressure for the Raiders from the transition. A good 50 by Astro, sends it down the field. Bako, the tap not going backwards, and that's actually a brilliant fake away. But the Bulldogs, they put it a smidge right, and they can't actually trail it down. Unfortunately for Laundry, dives underneath the play. Kobe did not expect it. Will still engage in that 50-50. Good demo as well. But now the counter-attack has started. That's going to roll on target. Laundry can't reach it. Nobody's there actually for the shot. It was not rolling on target, and I just lied.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate here as we're starting to see the two teams are so reliant on these guys playing well that when a mistake is made, they actually aren't prepared for it. They're relying on these teams playing well. So even for MSOE, a huge opening there. Okay, that one a little bit less relying on the team being good. That is more just a missed opportunity, and for the Raiders, it could come back to bite them. But what about on the follow-up? Kobe makes the save. And yes, indeed, it will come back to bite them because we go into 4 minutes of overtime when the Raiders probably should have closed this one out.
Bako with a brilliant 50-50 there and sending it all the way over the top, and the defense is struggling to break away. Raiders, don't make a mistake now. It's going to cost you dearly. It would be such a hefty price to pay, but the same count for the Bulldogs. And well, they're 4 minutes into this overtime in doggy life. That is about 3 billion years right now. And Zader, he could just end it right here, right now. Still not off to the crossbar. Surely this is it then with the crossbar. Tapped again, and the Bulldogs, they count their lucky start. Raiders still pressing on, but this is only game number 1.
I thought that it was Cats that have 9 lives. Apparently, it's the Bulldogs, and they will use their 9th in the perfect way. Kobe goes cross-court, finds a single player, and bodies them on the line. And the Bulldogs will take game number 1.
Kobe just dunking on the final defender there, and that is such a blow to the morale, to the momentum that the Raiders slowly but surely were building up. They started to get more comfortable in that attacking end, and then to lose it out like this, ooh, that's going to be pungent for them. But they have to move through. It's painful, sure, but it's in the past and you don't dwell on it.
And the big thing for both of these teams, I think that there's a huge thing to note is that these guys are not scared of going into a long series here. Last team that the Raiders took down, they did so in the 3-1 series. Last team that the Bulldogs took down, they did do it in the 3-0. They were rather dominant, but the game before that, or series before that, was a game number 5, and they had to start off their season with a 3-1. So these guys are starting to recognize that we might be in for a very long back and forth, as we've technically already played 2 games, but let's actually get into our official second game now.
Well, I'll just get it out of the way right now before I do it at an important moment. Swosu! I didn't want to. I probably would have otherwise done it at a goal or something. And I would
have liked that.
Come on.
Listen, I like
Say
that
that
better.
now.
Yeah, but like, I mean, listen, I don't necessarily blame you for being hesitant after what was a laundry joke that just. We try to forgive and forget, you know what I mean? We forgive and forget. And part of the reason I want to forget is because it was a good pun. I'm not going to let you know that it was a good pun because then I'd be jealous. But, you know, at this point, I already am jealous of the two teams playing here because for some reason, they've given us the time to actually banter here. The slowdown in game number 2 is drastic.
It's a completely different game view right now, and D-Bum with an easy carry out of the defensive end as well, searching for that ceiling, but actually taking off it too early, misreading the bounce where that ball was going to go. That's unfortunate for the Raiders. A good chance going begging, and they will try and get it back in their favor again.
See if they can here, though. Just about a minute gone, and we're starting to see the two teams go end-to-end like we saw in game number 1, but definitely not as aggressive with these dives. Notice how much time Astro Boy has been given in the air here as the Raiders do not want to commit too heavily, and there is why. They know the shot will eventually come, so they're just going to wait until they have to play some defense. Speaking of having to play some defense, for the moment, I think the Bulldogs will. Zader's going to try and pop this back to the corner, but I actually, for once, might think that's a fake. He recognizes that the 50-50 is coming. His teammate, or excuse me, the opponent, is relying on the 50-50, so it gave some space, but apparently that space wasn't enough. They need to find themselves something else, and indeed, they will. Here come the Bulldogs, and here comes the first strike.
Astro Boy shooting for the stars, reaching the moon and putting his team up 1-0. It's a stellar play here, and interstellar is what the goal explosion will portray. It's supposed to. They take the lead here and continue their dominance. They could even further it. Kobe, he takes off to the ceiling, puts it down low. Laundry is awkward, but he does manage to deal with it for now. Still, they're under heavy scrutiny right now, and the Raiders, they quickly need to break away.
They do indeed, and they also break away from the myriad of puns that you were making. I gotta say, you're in your bag right now, my guy. Just every single one, lining them off. Start counting, you got 3 in the make of a single sentence here. Maybe that's why it's working right now for the Bulldogs. You're giving so many puns to the side of the Raiders that it's just not necessarily working out for them. Or maybe it's, you know, both. Are the puns giving power, or do you think it's taken away? I need your opinion, Hypheria, as the pun master for the day.
I just think you're pinning things on me that are not within my control. It's always when something bad happens to people, it's never their fault. It's not my fault that I'm making puns, and some teams are not necessarily in a perfect position. But the Bulldogs, they slap themselves out. They bite their way through the attack in front that Raiders were portraying. And at least managed to break away for now. Oh my word, this is actually incredibly awkward with a shot from Bako. It's weak.
It's not enough here, but maybe Kobe can find a follow-up. No such luck. This put out to the corner here, but Zader, he's just desperate to try and find a clear, and they will not. And we're going to find our second goal now in favor of the Bulldogs. I mean, again, folks, we got to reiterate. They come into this one the heavy underdogs here. They're up 2-0 and possibly going to be 2-0 in the series as well.
Raiders in a precarious position that they quickly need to wriggle their way out of. But it will be a very tight squeeze there, especially with Bako shutting down the alleyway like he did against Zader there. Having a bit of a squabble. The ball goes far over the top. Laundry. What a clear on Bako. The amount of power generation between that. He's been going to the gym. Oh, Kobe.
Speaking of going to the gym here, they're getting a little bit swole. My, oh my, these boys are getting big, they're getting loud, and they're getting ready to go 2-0 on the series. Kobe puts another into the back of the net, and Bako picks up the assist, and Hyph, this is not what I was expecting. After a very close game number 1, the Bulldogs, they're running away with it.
They are legging in. Oh, it's tough for the Raiders to try and keep up, especially in the 3-0 scenario. They have to make a change right here, right now, to turn the tides. And it's a very tough part, especially when the tide is majorly controlled by the moon and you don't have Astro in your team. He's been a pivotal factor as well. I think Astro, we haven't necessarily seen him that much coming forward and being in that key position every single time in terms of scoring goals. But he's been the facilitator of the demos, opening up an alleyway and making sure that the back end stays sufficiently defended. And that allows Bako and Cody to try and move into that attack.
They're continually doing so, just on repeat here, finding themselves so much pressure, continuing to put shot after shot on target and not allow the Raiders even out of their half. Speaking of which, another one goes off the bar. It's not necessarily going to be what they were looking for, but it has done one thing for certain. It's locked them this game up. 50 seconds to go, and MSOE can't even get out of their half right now. So, unfortunately, they are going to have to get out of this half of the series as well. A reverse sweep going to be necessary if MSOE want to try and take this one, because with 40 seconds left, technically it's possible for them to make a comeback, but I think the comeback's going to have to, oh, wait a minute, come later in the series. I'll bite my tongue for a second, because Laundry, he's going to find the first.
They catch a gust of wind. Laundry manages to squeeze it underneath. Whether this will be enough to put them in the haven and safely arrive at their destination. The Raiders, they're currently still wildly at sea and on thin ice as well. They don't want to get lodged in between. Baker gonna try and prevent that right now. The name of the game for the Bulldogs is literally just waste time, spend your day, and make sure that the Raiders don't really have an attack that they can set up.
That's the big thing here, is just not allowing them the extra time, the extra pressure, the ability to even get into this game. Because unfortunately, they're starting to get close. This one off target. Where's the follow-up? Laundry doesn't even put on a shot. I'd like to say that's a shot off target, but I don't know if I can call that a shot there. A huge opportunity for the Raiders, and maybe they will find another one off target. And indeed, the Bulldogs will hold on and take game number 2.
Oh my, the shot by Laundry, and it just looked washed, unfortunately. Swosu, they now are up 2, and they're looking brilliant in this series. And as the heavy underdogs coming into this, they are surely proving themselves here as a vicious one.
I gotta say, I don't know what happened. Beginning of the day, you're like, how about we try and make sure to not make puns about Smokescreen? Then you come into this
that
one
was
and you're
too
like,
easy.
As many puns. What, the Astro Boy and the Laundry puns aren't easy enough for you, my guy? You're turning the pages on repeat here, trying to write a novel, but apparently it's already been written for you. Yab. All right, see, that's how I know. That's how I know you don't even read Astro Boy. You didn't even realize that was an actual pun about the guy that is beyond compare. And well, beyond compare right now are the Bulldogs. They are up 2-0 on the series. And while it's absolutely possible for the Raiders to turn this around, they need to do so 3 games in a row.
Just to make sure here, right? Because I see Astro Boy 07. There's no way he's actually born in 07, right? Oh my word, Laundry wasn't born yesterday. He already read that 50. That was brilliant.
What? Laundry, my guy, you're fighting your name. This was dirty. What on earth? Slams it into the back of the net. Pre-jumps the touch from the defender. And, hey, that's a hell of a way to get on the board. That might be the spark that MSOE were looking for.
I see how it is. As soon as you make it play on the name, then it's all right. Okay,
no, it became all right when you had your 18th punt of the match. At that point, it was time for anybody to make the punts.
He was almost the bomb.
No, all right, that's the one. Listen, we've been joking about bad puns before. That's the one I can't do. No.
Okay, fair enough. Well, Baco, we're going to go into the attack and try and get something started. I can't anymore, mate. That 50 going all the way down the defensive pocket.
What, you want me to just pick it? I'm still laughing at this entire thing. Nonsense is abound here. Maybe it's nonsense that'll work out in favor of MSOE White here. They need to find themselves some sort of response in game number 3. That's not the response they were looking for, High Fury. Open net, and even though the first attacker misses, somehow they still get the shot.
Baco just faked it out. It's a brilliant fake out.
Yeah.
Let's just call it that. Kobe in a perfect position to capitalize upon that opportunity given to him by his teammate. That is brought to you by Baco TV. No worries whatsoever. Faking is on the menu today, lads.
Yeah, obviously, it's a calculated fake, as we like to call it. What is it? A calculated whiff somewhere along the lines of that? It's a goal, is what it really is at this point here. Yep. And it's an equalized game with 3:45 to go here. Either one of the teams can take this one, but like we said, for the Raiders, it's all the more important because Southwest Oklahoma right now have currently found themselves a lead on the series 2-0. 90 seconds into this one, though, we're going right back to our usual, an unfamiliar territory, or actually a very familiar territory here for the Bulldogs as they are just putting on the pressure and not allowing the Raiders to break out of their half. Laundry will try and make me eat my words, but can't quite find anything besides a flick out at midfield here. Maybe his teammate can find a follow-up shot on target, and D-Bomb, he'll take the lead back in favor of the Raiders.
That is a much-needed one. Zeta with an infield pass, and Astro Boy arriving way too late. You can already see it in Baco as well. He was expecting Astro to arrive earlier, and just a miscalculation in the speed of everybody on the pitch allows Raiders to break through the cracks, and that is literally what you're playing at. You're playing with those tiny, tiny wins. That is going to put you ahead. Cody to the backboard. Kobe rather as Baco takes over, misses the shot, but they might still stay in possession as Astor does win out on the 50. Indeed, they do stay in possession. Kobe with a shot. He's got a banging on target.
I got to give credit to Astro on this one here. You can see he knows he's not going to be able to follow up his own touch, so let's just play some interference. Play the 50-50, run enough that Kobe can get a shot, and Kobe does exactly that. He plays the 50, Kobe plays the touch, and the two of them play a perfect goal up for the side of Southwestern Oklahoma. Can they find themselves a couple more goals, though? Will the Bulldogs concede yet again? I can't even finish my sentence, and Laundry takes the lead back for the Raiders.
It's just unfortunate that they both converge on the play at the same time. Bako and Astro taking the exact same path, but just parallel from opposite ends of the pitch. And, well, that will allow Raiders to break through the cracks and get themselves back into a lead, albeit not comfortable by any stretch of the imagination. They would very much like to bring a safety net deep on with the long distance shots. They go with the three of them. Kobe finally breaks it away.
Oh, that triple commit, that was a terrifying one at that, but somehow, some way, the Bulldogs are able to turn it around and not only survive the attack, but they're able to turn it into one for their own. Halfway through game number 3 here, the Bulldogs are still currently down, but the Raiders have made this game a lot more volatile than the ones previous here. And we find ourselves another equalizer, though. It's been going back and forth, but you will find something here. No, the passivity, once again, from the Bulldogs can leave them exposed. Maybe so much so that D-Bomb can take advantage. Game number 3, and D-Bomb, they have decided to come to life.
And this is trouble for the Bulldogs. They are allowing the Raiders to generate momentum. And you see them sitting back in their goal. Why is nobody challenging that? There's Swosu from 2 games earlier, or from any of the previous 2 games. They would have dived at that play the instant they could have gotten it. But it's unfortunate to see this right now. Then that is something they're going to have to sort out. They've still got 2 minutes to try and do so, but Raiders, they've been incredibly defensive. What is going on the side of Bulldogs, though?
Oh, they're just looking panicked right now. It seems like game number 3 has really gotten to their head, as a lot of the times where they were really sending that front man, they're not even sending anybody anymore. It's a double commit or a lack thereof one, as the 2 players recognize they could double, so neither of them go for the ball. 2 minutes to go. I still believe in the Bulldogs to turn this one around, but the question is, do the Bulldogs believe in themselves? Because with the way that the rotations are just colliding on top of each other and the whiffs are coming out of nowhere, I'm thinking maybe they need to find another shot of life here. What is going on? 90 seconds to go, and the Bulldogs look so uncomfortable right now on defense.
Well, they've mitigated the threat for now and neutralized it, but the Raiders, they're still pushing, and they are not letting up. Astro, a decent clear out down the midfield, so Laundry is able to pick it right back up high to the ceiling. No second touch. Bako prevents it from happening. Zader cuts it infield. That's exactly where the ball needs to be, but nobody there to take the shot initially. Laundry fakes it out, and I actually love him doing that because he doesn't care about the shot. He just cares about wasting time, and the Raiders, they know they're comfortable in defense, but they have to be comfortable once more as they do stop the oncoming onslaught from Swosu.
Oh, but they're not quite done yet here, because Bako, they've got to pass center. Is anyone there for the defense? Laundry to clear it out to the side, but his boost has been taken away, so he's not going to have that great of a follow-up. Matter of fact, there won't be any at all. Zader just has to clear it out where his 2 teammates collide. 45 seconds to go, and if the Bulldogs were going to find a goal, it's right now. The volatility, chaos, and just confusion on the other side will leave an opening, and Kobe, he will plunge it in and find the 3rd goal now for this Bulldogs side.
That curve on it. Surely,
my.
that did not look like it was going on target on my screen initially, and then all of a sudden off the post and in a lovely little knuckleball for the Bulldogs to put them back in contention. They're here on the playing field yet again, but don't give it away right off the get-go. That's going to be an unfortunate bounce for D-Bomb. He has to backflip out of it. Doesn't manage to reach the half flip. Still gives it away to Astro. He panics under the pressure and he cracks.
No, Astro! You could have ended the series almost there! You probably could have sent it to overtime, kept the momentum in your favor. Instead, you have 15 seconds left now to try and find a goal, but Bako, he's got an open lane here. Get it to center, find a teammate, put it on target, and Astro Boy, they redeem themselves. 4-4 with 8 to go.
What a brilliant toucher by Bako as well, sending it over the top of Zadio, completely freeing up the avenue for Astro, and they actually get the goal. 4-all was what we're looking at. If you combine those together, you get 8 seconds on the clock here. Astro with a good kickoff. This could still be finished in regulation here. Blast, this is ridiculous. Kobe from the angle, and it will go in. Swosu, they've done the impossible.
They were down 4-2 with not even a minute remaining, and going in with 1 second to go, they are up 5-4. Forget a comeback. This is beyond that. These guys have climbed from the depths of heck and found their ways up to heaven. 1 second to go. Can MSOE find a response? They'll keep it up. Zader to the side. Where's the follow, though? It will not be found. And somehow, some way, Southwestern Oklahoma State University will find the sweep.
The Bulldogs deep in the belly of hell, fighting with their inner demons. That mental game was looking immaculate near in the end there, but it did crumble for just a tad, and that's where the Raiders were actually able to break through. And I think the Bulldogs said, look, we've got nothing to lose anymore. If we don't do anything, we've lost this game either way. Well, now they've won the series off the back of it. The comeback story for ages. That's going to be a story to be put in the good books.
Absolutely. That is a story that they're going to possibly run into the playoffs with as well. Like we said, that was a big one for the Bulldogs there. We don't know their full record right now. They are either 2-3 or 3-2, but with that one guaranteed, they have 3 wins. And against their opponents in MSOE White, who have been one of the top dogs here, pun intended, in the Emergent Cyan division at 4-1, they go 4-2. And this is a rematch that is bound to happen somewhere in playoffs, because I don't know what happened, but the Bulldogs, they have found themselves a second life, and possibly a second life that'll carry them throughout the season.
Oh my, that's a sweep. Pass. How? Why? When did that happen? I thought the Raiders were supposed to be the favorite, not getting swept by the Bulldogs. It's been an immaculate series, though. It's been brilliant, and unfortunately, well, it is ended in a sweep, but not game 5.
Not only has it ended in a sweep, it's also meant the end of the night for you and I. But for you lucky folks at home, it's not the end of the night overall here for the NECC channel. We're going to take a quick little break, but when we return, we will have one last matchup here, and it's none other than Hail Monkey Man and Grant CFO to take you through the action. So you are not going to want to miss it. Quick little break when we return, our final NECC Rocket League series for the night. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome everybody to the NECC. My name is Grant CFO, and over somewhere, I think he's that side, it is none other than my partner for tonight, Hail Monkey Man. My guy, we got an exciting match coming up. We got EAUCD taking on UH Premier. It's gonna be a good one.
Yeah, we're going to check out these players as we get ready for our final match of this NECC Rocket League-filled evening. Let's check it out. First, with UH Premier, it's going to be Adam, SJ Cryptic, and Frosty RL. Bringing out that digital media, a little bit of marketing and some music. These guys look like they're ready to put on a great production.
Hey, all I'm saying is that these are the majors that I probably debated between. Digital media is technically what I'm in with my college rebranding their telecommunications department. So, hey, I'm all for it. And the music education, I thought about that too. So, you know what? If favoritism's anything, and if there's a bias for anything, it would have to be these majors alone. But let's take a look at the flip side of what we're dealing with EAUCD. You got the players of Salamence, Papa Rob, and Grunt. Now, very different, much smarter individuals on this other side. Lots of mathematics with computer science, computer engineering, and biochemistry and molecular biology. So definitely not degrees that I consider. Let me be clear about that. If I had the brains for that, I would not be here right now.
These dudes are hitting the books as hard as they're hitting the streets in their cars. And you know what? They're all sophomores, which, if I remember correctly, is known as the wise fool. You're just smart enough, because you're in your second year, to be able to present yourself with a little bit of that known wisdom. But can they be able to personify that from their majors, from their studies, and, of course, from their experiences? EAUCD currently in that number 2 position with only 1 series lost, which here in that number 7 can be able to see if they can get towards that even 500 mark.
UH certainly down further than they would like to be on a leaderboard, and they would love to turn things around here. I've got to say, Papa Rob is looking pretty classy in that fancy formal decal with a top hat. He's got the whole shebang, everything going for him, but it all comes down to your play style, your abilities, your execution in the end of it.
Papa Rob dresses fancy every single time I see him on the pitch, and it is always appreciated because you dress for the job you want and maybe for the one you're going to have, and it's going to be classiness on the pitch. But so far, so good for the Cougars as they're going to be pushing forward, trying to be able to maintain this elongated offensive. It'll be picked up by Grunt doing a Grunt's work. A nice dish, but no follow-up. It was a tough draw and a little bit quick for the Aggies to be able to pick up on.
This one's across the midfield. There's a lot of connections coming out from the blue side in UH Premier right now. It's exactly what you need to see if you are the underdog. You have to put on that high octane pressure, and you have to keep on going with it. They've got some great defense as well. They're looking for that first goal. It'll be definitely a much needed one, but it is Grunt up for EAUCD, looking for a big double. They don't find it this time around. Maybe pop around, but they don't. Grunt's got a second opportunity at it. They can either pass this or take it for the Doomsday. It's Adam instead getting involved.
So far, it's just a lot of midfield contention. Who can be able to put a little bit of that extra notch in their belt, extra pressure on that back line. No one's surrendering anything that isn't otherwise, well picked up. Frosty looking to be able to get a pass over to Adam. Great little micro connections as they acutely pass to one another. That's a big demo. There will be no third man connection, but it doesn't need it. Salamence from the wide angle, and that'll be EAUCD up first.
Wide angle or impossible angle? Because this is something you don't see too often at this level, but Salamence, what a read from the corner. I don't think that I could do that consistently, so props to them on that one. And I'm a great champ. I feel like I should be able to at least have some mechanics that allow me to do that. Bro, let me tell you, my shooting accuracy will never be good.
Yeah, no, not mine, neither. And you don't need mechanics as a grand champ. You just need good game sense, right? Like, you don't really need the flip reset of ruse and the who's and what's it's until you hit like SSL. I want to say that's true.
I would argue otherwise. Yeah, I mean, you usually pull out those tricks. I mean, now it's even happening in Diamond. It's absolutely insane.
True.
I don't know how we're flip resetting in Diamond, but, we'll go with it because we have to look at the other mechanics that specifically Salamence brings to the table. Apparently, they've got some flicks up their sleeve. They've been grinding out that 1v1 play, and there is not a lot that you can do on the other side when that one's just zooming overhead.
That one goes so quick that UH Premier hit the chat and said hacks, and they're like, there's no way. Great flick from downtown. Salamence is going to be that weapon for the Aggies that will consistently put threatening shots on target that the Cougars going to have to respond with. Or two, Adam, bring it to the corner. That will come out as a 45, but again, they're losing on that second man factor. They've been able to elongate this pitch in their favor, get something moving downfield. Really nothing to be able to help, or I guess answer for the initial touch. Now you start getting them a little bit more lateral, but again, they're packing in a hurry.
Frosty's got this from the corner. Grunt with a backflip, though. There won't be much left to come from the EAUCD side. Salamence, like you said, that weapon, they would love to load up on some more ammunition, being so low on boost. They get it. That'll keep them in the play for a while, at least as long as they can hold the midfield. But Adams got this one, checking out of their own half, and a shot blocked by Salamence. Taking it up, all of their boost wasted. Might not be worth it when you've got Cryptic on the other side, who's got this off the corner. It's a pass to their teammate. Adam just couldn't reach it in time, and that will remain scoreless on the board for UH Premier.
Adam trying to drop a bomb, but he just cannot otherwise connect. That was one of the best opportunities we've seen for the Cougars in a minute. SJ Cryptic will get a clear. It'll be assisted by Papa Rob, who will connect, and everyone laterally being helped out. Now on the side of the Aggies, there will be one demo as they will respawn. Salamence actually will have extra connections. He's looking to be able to get a flick, and those flicks have been lethal, and they've been on target. There's a hat trick for you, and that hat will be tipped by Salamence.
The powerhouse himself, a hat trick in their bag, and it's these flicks all day long that have been coming out from Salamence. It's just like you can't get away from them, and if this is to be the kind of pace that we witness throughout the rest of the series, this will be EAUCDs all day.
EAUCD, again, with just a one series loss, have been able to take control and dominate a lot of their games. And Papa Rob hasn't even gotten out of his recliner yet. Dad is still just hanging out and letting everyone else do as much of the work as they need to. Bit of a double commit as Dad does stand up, brings the belt, tries to lay down the hurt, but it's going to be Salamence that's looking for the dunk. No support because that double commit will force them to rotate, but we just have under half minute to go, and it's a 3-0 route right now in favor of EAUCD.
Felt like it could have been 4-0 or maybe 3-1. It's unfortunate that Adam wasn't able to close that one out, but there are some differences in the shots that these guys are taking, and sometimes it's situational. Is it rolling? Is it bouncing? What is it doing? That's the question. That's how you determine anything. They're looking for a fourth goal that would certainly put some salt in the wound, and especially when it's an own goal, it indeed will.
Brent will get credit for this one, and they just force the issue by putting it lateral, and the rotation. Everyone was sweeping around from that sidewall, coming into the corner, trying to just put pressure on the player. But when you do that and lose track and sight of the zone at play, well, then it's going to get played against you. 4-0, go the Aggies, as they're able to take down Houston early, and they'll be able to go up 1-0 in the series.
Well, there's a couple things to talk about here. I mean, UH Premier is certainly not anything to be ashamed of. Yeah, it was I guess you could say a blowout because there's, 0 on the board, but doesn't really matter. There's just a couple of touches mechanically that need to be cleaned up if I'm one to judge by anything that we just saw. UH Premier had some good things going for them. They had some solid rotations, but the places they were putting the ball was really what determined that outcome. I talked about one shot where I was talking about, is the ball bouncing? Is it rolling? When you're rolling, you can either get tremendous power in a high arcing shot by just driving straight, or you can keep it on the ground by power shotting through it, flipping through the ball. But unfortunately, they haven't been able to pinpoint a couple of those opportunities where they have to really calculate where they are hitting the ball with their car.
It definitely feels like they're a little out of sync too when it comes to the rotation. I want to be able to see more of that pacing that of play, as if they're not trying to catch up, which, when you're down in goals, you're always trying to be able to catch up, but more that they're trying to take control and establish that tone early. We go to game number 2. The Aggies up currently 1-0. They're feeling pretty good in that number 2 position in this Cyan for the emergence, and we'll see if UH Premier has anything to say about it through the early portion of this series.
I'm sure they've got something up their sleeve as we head over to the Forbidden Temple. Salamence has kept them in their own half. And they've got a shot to rip off, but that is way off target. Adam looks to collect, has it up in the air, almost over the defender. It's still looking its way towards the net. Salamence with a double off the sidewall that nobody expected. Allows some space. There's no one home for the striker. And unfortunately, they'll miss out on that opportunity. They've got to be able to walk up and into the faces of their opponents if they want anything a part of the series.
The Aggies right now are just kind of winning individual battles. They're taking on a goalie that is flustered. They're taking on a double commit that is nothing but bluster. Papa Rob is able to force his way through. Salamence was forcing them to draw 2 off of that bouncer, and they now have a 1-0 lead in the early portion of Game 2.
I can see what you're talking about with UH Premier's rotations feeling out of sync. We saw a bit of a double commit there, and it left nobody on the back lines to stay on the ground and defend the net when they needed to. Now Adam has their chance around. Frosty taking this one out, though. Doesn't look too great for anybody quite yet. SJ Cryptic will try. Double commit on the defense. Here's one of those things that was punished the last time for the only goal in this game. And now Frosty coming from the backboard says, this ball is mine.
I've been waiting for this. This one took an extra step. One of the big things that was missing from the Cougars is being able to elongate their offense for more than just the initial touch. They turned around, they brought that from the corner, they pushed it and forced it and gave one of their players a chance to dive. Those diving strikes don't always connect, but when they do, they're clean, they're nice, and they're quick.
If that's the caliber of skill and shooting that we see from Frosty and UH Premier, then this series could go the distance. Adam looking for the next goal that would put UH Premier in a lead. Grunt not able to get to it. Papa Rob does on the second try. Frosty getting 50'd. Demo could be looming around, but instead it's just a drive up the wall and Grunt will break through instead.
I feel bad because this is a tough read. It's going to hit that low side corner, and they thought, okay, maybe it's going to crawl up the wall, but that was just an overread, thinking that it would do more than it really did. Drops off, and it goes to literally no one, and the goalie vacates, and that makes just for an easy net. Sometimes an open net is the hardest one to be able to shoot upon, but they've been able on the side of the Aggies to take those in earnest and punish the likes of the Cougars.
They call it open net syndrome. You see an open net and everything gets a lot more difficult for no reason at all. Now Salamence looking to be that weapon again that EAUCD go at and utilize. But Adam has a bomb and they are ready to go. Cuts around one. Salamence in the backside. Grunt retreating in the meantime. Frosty from the corner has Grunt. Unfortunately, nothing to come of it. You still got half the game left to play, so you can keep on trying. UH Premier still desperately in need of one. Not to break out of their half first before they get there, though.
I feel like we had burned through so much more game time, but only being halfway and to game number 2 is because of all, a little extra scoring that's been traded back and forth. Salamence looking to be able to get a breakout. Frosty will put them into the graveyard instead. Grunt with a leap. He's going to leave it for Papa Rob and lean out and away, and then he tries to be able to put another one on target. Now it's a recovery. Now it's a challenge. SJ Cryptic over to Adam. He leaves it. It will be undercut, but with no power from the likes of Frosty. Turn the other direction. 2-on-1. Whew. Man, nearly had another.
Yeah, that could have been bad. You either missed that one and then own goal it off the post, or it just goes right past you. You're not able to get it, and neither of those things happen for whatever reason. But what does happen is as you break out to the other side, you get what you need. You take advantage where you need to. It's Grunt off the back ball, finding that connection with their teammate Papa Rob.
It's the near side defensive rotation of UH Premier that is struggling the most. It's that initiator when you're supposed to go forth, cut down on the challenge, and it's from the perimeter. I know it's tough reads, especially when if it's low side corner, if it's just a high side wall, but that's the progressions and the repetitions that you have to have the most familiarity with, because even in that uncomfortable situation, a connection on the ball and not letting it be free dished into the box is so much better. So we go now to 1:15 remaining, and a lot of these challenges coming in surplus. Papa Rob has one on target, but Adam will try to be able to make this pitch a little bit longer. He's got a breakout. Does he have a score? No, he does not.
That was the goal they needed to keep themselves alive in this series. You need 2 more to equalize up, and you miss out on a big opportunity on the box of your opponent. You'll be looking to have it back. Might as well try for some demos while you've got the offense. Each time you rotate out, just follow through. Salamence is a player, a force to be reckoned with. You don't want to mess around with them. They get the bumps now, but in the wrong places. Still pressure not being applied as much as UH needs it. They try with one shot, but 3 in the net. You won't get past them until the bump, though. This could float its way over. Frosty just needs to put it back in the middle, and they can't because there's a brick wall standing in their way.
My goodness. I thought that was a Leaning Tower of Pisa that had finally crumbled, but it shows it's just as strong to be able to outlast Father Time. Adam looking to see if he can trap this on that back wall. A little bit of a pancake, but no, if Frosty will run away, he's going to grab extra boost, and they've now lost all extra time. Papa Rob airs it out. That one will put it on ice. EAUCD, they'll be heading to match point before and now as we go into game number 3.
Well, it certainly seems like it could be a sweep, not just because of the scoreline, but because of how EAUCD have been playing. And then you look to the side of UH Premier and things, well, they look a little different, unfortunately. There's a ton of offensive opportunities that they're not able to capitalize on because the defense is just that much better. But there's also some hesitation as well. They're playing a bit drawn back, and they don't want to push forward. And that becomes a problem because you miss out on opportunities. You have to play a little bit of a closer rotation rather than leaving so quickly. There's a couple other things in there, but we can talk about them because they might glare themselves in game number 3.
Very true. And a key thing as well, is that we had a 9-3 shooting differential when it came to game number 1 in favor of EAUCD. This time it's 9-4. And the one that mattered came from Frosty to be able to take that one play to be able to get themselves on the board for the side of the Cougars. Got to see if more will develop like that. That was the one time they presented some confusion and maybe the illusion of grandeur and more. Oh my goodness. Nearly off the rip, they tried to score.
Well, here's the thing that I'm reminded of, and one of the things I wanted to talk about was the panic of UH Premier. Now, granted, we've only seen like 5 seconds of the game passed and one opportunity against them, and there wasn't really much panic there, but near the end of the game, you saw desperation as well. They know how much time they have left to work, and that's why I stress the importance of risk-taking, because if you're willing to take risks in the last 15 seconds, if you know you're going to more than likely go down in this series, you've got to take those risks much earlier. Otherwise, things like this start to happen. You thought it'd be a sure goal, but Papa Rob doesn't break through a new defensive wall on the UH Premier side.
Salamence has been one of those key players that's always been able to break through those walls, overcoming and thinking outside the box. Now we'll take a high side bounce. Oh my goodness, it's going to be a dunk. Papa Rob, he knew what he was doing. He goes to the top shelf and just puts this in. Beautiful.
This player has been trying for this kind of stuff throughout the series, but to execute it like that with that much precision and with all 3 defenders in net, that is something else. That is placement at its finest. Well done to Papa Rob. They'll have to do it again, though. Double commit on their end leaves it open for Frosty to just put off the backboard. Great rotation from Grunt, who finds it off the sidewall and downfield. SJ Cryptic can't figure out if they want to retreat. Results in a double commit. Grunt just has to pass it across, and somebody's got to be there. No one is. Triple commits now on the defense. Leave it up for a teammate. You don't got boost to work with, and now you double commit again, and it finds its way off a defending car into the net. How unfortunate.
Oh my goodness, I thought Grunt maybe had overcommitted that pop-up. It seemed like it was just for Papa Rob, but it becomes a pinch play, and it goes through. Oh, UH Premier. They did what they were supposed to do, and then they just couldn't execute. That's the intangible. That's the variable that just has to be completed. And another chance, Grunt nearly putting a third through it just outside the first minute and a half of play.
Fortune is certainly in favor of the EAUCD side. Oh my goodness, it doesn't feel like there's going to be a lot going. What the? What? That was all 5 players up, mind you. There was only 1 person on the ground. I've never seen that in the game of Rocket League before, at least very rare times, and if at all, you know, another 2 seconds out of the 4,000 hours I put into this game. So that don't happen too often, and how it's not a goal is even more puzzling to me.
It's been since Prospect and Rising Star were ranked in,
Right.
in this game.
That's
Which,
crazy.
you know, What are those fun times, and the chaos that does bloom from it makes it even more fun. Frosty trying to figure out where he needs to take this ball, but maybe the baiting up and a little bit of that hesitation is able to give him some extra space, extra time, and another shot opportunity. SJ Cryptic will put this one on target. No heat until it finds its way external. Grunt has been able to just be that workhorse to take every connection and every possession for the Aggies and push it back upfield and then force the defense to recoil for the Cougars.
Grunt has stepped up when Salamence wasn't able to supply. Now they almost supply him with a pass, though, and made me eat my words a little bit. But 2 minutes remaining, and you wonder to the side of UH Premier that they've got to get 2 more goals or they are going to be finding themselves on the other side, the receiving end of a 3-0 sweep. That is the last place any Rocket League player wants to be. And if I'm not mistaken, I think UH has only scored 1 goal in this series, so they are looking for a lot more, and they are unsure of how to find it.
It was Frosty that got that screamer in game number 2, whereas otherwise these guys were blanked in game 1, and so far says the same and shows the same on the scoreboard in game number 3. Frosty, give it away over to Salamence. That's a connection. Actually, a pass from... SJ Cryptic, he's among us. He's the one, as Papa Rob will be able to find it through. But, you know, he tried to cut off that pass to Papa Rob, and it just became a present.
Man, I guess SJ Cryptic became the imposter there, unfortunately for their team. Put it right in front of the net for EAUCD to capitalize, and that could be the dagger that seals this series away. Papa Rob, though, wants to seal it even further. If there was some glue on it, they want to put some gaff tape on it. Grunt has it up to the backboard, and Adam's got to get this ball out. There is still time. Rather, it is unlikely that UH Premier will be able to come back from this, considering their track record in this series, but there is still hope. I just hope to see more risks being taken. How about that one? You get some assistance from the defense on the backboard, but you take that with you.
You know what? You get a little bit of assistance. You've been given assistance this whole time. The imposter now is trying to get his early a payoff. See if he can get something more. At least gets himself on the board. But we've seen only 1 goal before. So can they get 2 more? Maybe. Just maybe. They haven't averaged very high. It would be very improbable, and it would surprise me to no end. But we got 45 seconds to go.
No!
Adam, my man.
I was gonna say I need to see at least 1 more goal to start to believe, and that was it, and my hope is fading for this team with 30 seconds dwindling off the clock. You have to wonder if they've got it in them. Here's another opportunity. They can't capitalize. You're not gonna get many more chances like that with 20 seconds left. It becomes one of the tallest tasks that UH Premier have faced now with so many chances gone. I don't think they've got it in them unless somebody puts the third in. Third time's not a charm, rather it's a spoiler from the defense on the backboard. EAUCD will be walking away with a 3-0 sweep, and it was fantastic to say the least.
Man, I didn't think they'd have more than that first attempt, and then the second just came and it went like the first. EAUCD, the Aggies, they go 3-0, able to improve themselves in the Emergent Cyan division, threatening the top of the stack to see if they can maybe get to that first. But job well done, dominating performance, and you know what? They limited themselves to just 2 goals inside of 3 games. A great defensive effort, as strong as it was offensively.
Well, excuse me, it was pretty great to witness by the end of it. Lots of great talent on the EAUCD side, though. Papa Rob popped off with a hat trick in there. I'm pretty sure one of the other players had a hat trick, and then you had Grunt stepping up. And just a phenomenal roster over there, and we'll have to be keeping our eyes on them in the Emergent Cyan division. But I guess that ends off our night here, Monkey. That is all we got for the NECC, just that last series, and now y'all can go to sleep and stop staying up on your phone laying in bed watching the NECC. While we appreciate you, we're also looking out for your health. So for that reason, I've been Grant CFO. That's been Monkey Man. You guys can follow us on Twitter at the handle below our names there, and you can also follow the NECC on Twitter with a simple little search. And for that, we are going to be out of here, so enjoy your night. Get some sleep, because you probably got classes tomorrow, so we will see you later.